is too tough. If you feel you can't make it, just know you made a way when our backs were against the wall and it looked as if it was over. You made a way, and we're standing here only because you made a way. When our backs were against the wall and it looked as if it was over, you made a way, and we're standing here only because you made a way. Oh yeah, oh yeah. No weapon formed against me.
Me
shall
too.
prosper.
Me too.
Well, no weapon formed against you shall prosper.
Against us.
No weapon formed against us shall prosper. No weapon formed against me shall prosper. It won't work. No weapon formed against me shall prosper. It won't work. No weapon formed against me shall prosper. It won't work. No weapon formed against me shall prosper. It won't work. God will do what He said He will do. He will stand by His word, and He will come through. God will do what He said He will do. He will stand by His word, and He will come through. No weapon formed against me shall prosper. It won't work. No weapon formed against me shall prosper. It won't work. God will do what He said.
Hi, what's up, TNT? This is Wayne Johnson out of Brooklyn, New York. I always wanted to do something back home, and we're going to be doing our gospel segment on Mondays from 10 p.m. to 12 midnight. That's 10 p.m. to 12 midnight on 91.9 FM. Listen what I want you to do. Spread the word. Spread the word, TNT. Salvation, full and free. Salvation is for everybody. Mondays from 10 p.m. to 12 midnight. That's 10 p.m. to 12 midnight on 91.9 FM.
Tune in to the Street 919 FM every Friday from 9:15 a.m. to 9:30 a.m. with Kingdom Health Services, situated at number 125 Eastern Main Road in Tunapuna. For the program, Health and Healing, merging the old with the new with Mr. Brent's Diet. For more information, call 318-7471 or 484-0141 or 360-4100. It's all about Kingdom Health Services on the Street 919 FM.
What is Apex? It is the pinnacle of high-performance vision through a lens. It's clarity, no matter what angle you look at. It's comfort, no matter what you do all day, every day. And It's customized with every digital measurement your eyes require to see at their very best. Apex Digital Lenses by Value Optical, the ultimate lens design for your eyes. Value Optical, expert care for your eyes.
Councillor for Monrepo Navet, Nigel Cotier presents Splash, Bubbles and Foam. Saturday, 9th July at Monrepo's grounds from 10 a.m. Splash, Bubbles and Foam. Lots of prizes to be won. Look out for the Councillor's Cup Small Goal. Register now by calling the Councillor's office at 610-2861. All teams must be registered. There is no registration fee. Splash, Bubbles and Foam. Saturday, 9th July, Monrepo grounds from 10 a.m. The football starts at 10 a.m. and the fun events will start at 3 p.m. Pastor Hannah A. Parbu of Holy Spirit Ministries will be live on the streets 919 FM every Wednesday from 11:15 a.m. to 11:45 a.m. In the scripture, Matthew 19 verse 26, the Bible says, "But Jesus looked at them and said to them, with men this is impossible, but with God all things are possible." Pastor Hannah is here to motivate you, challenge you, encourage you to walk in your purpose and destiny God has for you. For prayer and counseling, call Pastor Hannah at 728-5197.
Good about I'm looking like a real bad.
Are you ready for that boat experience again? The Sea Champion and the Embassy say, book with us for that unforgettable boat ride experience. Sea Champion leaving from King's Wharf, San Fernando, and the Embassy leaving from Breakfast Shed, Port of Spain, or Westside Trinidad. For more information, call 399-5959 to 814723 or email us at coralvisiontT@gmail.com. Book now and reserve your cruise.
Hey, that boat I look like it as well.
This is Bishop Aaron Williams from the Divine Problem Solving International Ministries, inviting you to be part of our broadcast on any given Thursday night from 12 midnight right on to 5 a.m. on Friday morning. And this broadcast is called Early Morning Gospel Market Program. Then we have on Tuesday from 12 noon to 1 p.m. the Holy Ghost Gospel Pharmacy. If you are sick and ailing, you can get from this particular pharmacy, from the pharmacist, the good things of life. Hallelujah. And any Saturday from 10 a.m. to 12 noon, break into the host of the Philistines. Hallelujah. If you are sick and tired of being sick and tired, hearing the babel of false doctrines that you encounter daily, it's about time you get close to God. God's word direct from his throne room in the name of Jesus.
God has good plans for his people. Why do you worry so much?
Tune in to the Street 919 FM for Gospel in the Bone Ministry every Sunday from 7:05 a.m. to 8:55 a.m. For the program, God's Last Warning Message. Hosea chapter 4 says, "Hear the word of the Lord, ye children of Israel. For the Lord hath a controversy with the inhabitants of the land, because there is no truth, nor mercy, nor knowledge of God in the land. By swearing and lying and killing and stealing and committing adultery, they break out, and blood toucheth blood." Remember, every Sunday from 7:05 a.m. to 8:55 a.m. for the program God's Last Warning Message with Gospel in the Bones Ministry, right here on the Street 919 FM.
The journey's almost
The views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of the Street 919 FM.
Share the live. Share the live. The Street 919 FM on Facebook and Instagram. Share the live. Iowa George on Instagram. Share the live. Iowa TV and Street TV on YouTube. Share the live. The Street 919 FM.
Yo, this is your boy Ziggy Rankin, and right now you're listening to the Titans of Democracy. You don't know. Real talk.
pleasant good morning to each and everyone, and welcome to this edition of the Titans of Democracy right here on the street 919 FM. Let me thank the Heavenly Father for bringing me here safe, sound, and all together in one piece. Pleasant good morning going on to my entire family. Good morning to the lovely Miss Sharon Felix, Mr. Dominic Romain, and their entire families. Good morning to you, all our callers, all our listeners, to all of our viewers online. For those of you that are always locked on with us, it's always a pleasure to have you guys right here on the inside with us. Let me also say good morning to my friends and family in Tobago. Good morning. I hope you guys are doing fine. Yes, I think I'll be making a visit to Tobago very soon. I won't say when though. A pleasant good morning going out to the management and staff of the Street 919 FM. Good morning to Mr. Iwer George and his entire family. So guys, as you know, today is Tuesday, the 5th of July 2022. Let me say happy birthday to my second born, Jabari. Happy birthday to you, my son. We're going to have a great day today. I'll give you a call when I finish. Oh, yes, guys. So you can call me up at 342-0081 and 466-5391. Those are the numbers to call. Call me up, give your morning greetings. This is the time for that. So when we finish up with our morning greetings, we're going to get into the papers for today and see what's taking place. Caller, good morning.
Blessed morning to you, brother.
Morning, my brother. How are you this morning?
It's good to be in the land of the living. It's a bit overcast. Rain still drizzling. But it's looking beautiful.
Yeah, man.
Up on the northern side. Blessed morning to Sarah and Dominic. Morning, Trinbago, and by extension, the Titans of Democracy. Morning to Mr. Chan, Rowley Jr., Brian, our constituency guru, Mr. Bartaria, Jenny, Brother Sterling, Oi Manu. Oh, she's a thriller. Morning, everybody. Morning, Tobago. I hope everything all right in Tobago. Lockdown at your job, my brother.
Yeah, man.
Time for me to push back. God King.
Yeah, man, bless. Caller, good morning.
Morning, Lucy.
Morning.
Good morning to the whole of Trinidad and Tobago. Special good morning to Miss Parsley Street, my cousin-in-law. Special good morning to my Prime Minister. Prime Minister, I'm telling you, take care. The odds is against you, but put God first, and then all things will be added on to you. God bless. Good, Lucy. Have a blessed day.
Yes, my dear. Caller, good morning.
Uncle Bruce, good morning. How are you doing today, man?
Morning. I'm doing great. How are you this morning?
I'm doing great, just like you. Up. You wouldn't believe I'm going to cook already because it rains. From since pretty early last night, and it is still raining. Not heavy rain, but it's continually all through the night, man. Yeah.
Same thing here.
Jabari, is your son Jabari, you say today is his birthday?
Yes.
Jabari, happy birthday from Uncle in Tobago.
Yes.
Enjoy it, my son. Enjoy it to the best, and live as old as Uncle lived. I am 17 years, to live longer than that if possible. Yeah. All right, all of Trinidad and Tobago, love you all. Morning to everybody. Auntie Sharo, Uncle Dominic, morning. Blessings, black youths. You all stop putting yourself in danger line. Stop entangling with the police, the law, that they have to kill you all. And with your friends who kill you all also. But one thing I would always say, when the police kill the black youth, everybody curse the police, they fight, they do all kind of bad things. When their friends kill them, they don't come forward to say who do it or whatever. The law is the law. If you all get with the law is going to do whatever they have to do to protect themselves and other citizens. Black people, train your children to do the right thing and get off the blocks. I've gone with that for now, Uncle Brucey.
Yeah, man. Take care.
Yeah, sure.
Caller, good morning.
Morning, Bruce.
Hey, man, how are you doing?
They 100% okay. Well, spiritually blessed, but, under the weather a little bit. But, morning to everybody. Morning, Samaman. Good morning to girlfriend. Good morning, Miss Jean. Umanova, good morning to you. Miss Faisabal, good morning. Jackie, good morning. Good morning to Jenny and Carol. Good morning. Morning, everybody. Dinner time to get up. Somebody, Miss Tunapuna, morning to you. But they're still in. The chance, good morning. Bartaya, good morning. Patricia, good morning. 85. Good morning, Dominic Sharon, good morning to you. Love to everybody. Well, children making children, and children can't train children, And there's often everybody almost the same age as their mother. And the mother doing the same thing where everything is a game, they're still playing, It's not like my parents out there, the neighbor could have cut the tail and send me home. Now nobody can tell nobody. Now, you talk to a little child, the mother coming to beat you. They beat the teacher. So what are we going to do, boy? We have to get on our knees. And as long as we're not doing that, something else is going to happen. Because they jump up, the morning, some of them tell the parents good morning. They tell the parents good morning. They tell the neighbor good morning. They pass the neighbor street and you would get listen. May God bless us. May the good Lord guide us and protect us from all harm and danger. And then keep us on a solid ground and a lighted path. Guide us, O Lord Father, in this country. Dr. Prime Minister, listen. Hold his joystick in your hand and pull it. Swing corner, who not holding on properly, let them fall on, because if they're not doing the right thing, things will go bad. So spring corner, just see it fit to do. Good morning, everybody. Bonnet Gardens and Mount of Love is the answer. Only give somebody something and say nothing about it. God.
Thank you. Caller, good morning.
Hi, good morning, Brucey.
Good morning, my dear. How are you this morning?
Oh, God, rain, boy. Yes, no internet at all, boy. And to come back after 1 this morning. I don't know what it is going on with this internet now with these fellas and them. Brucey, tell your son I say happy birthday. Tell him Miss Moa, your friend on radio. Happy birthday, long life. I don't know him, but I love him. Right? Long life, and hug him up to me, please, and give him a smack on his forehead.
No problem.
Love is Brucey, Mr. Malcolm, Olga, Uma, 1285, Faisabal, Angie, and Sam Felix. Good morning, everybody love you all.
Love you too, my dear.
Outside black. Okay, darling, love you.
You too, take care.
Yeah.
So let me take this time to say good morning to Mr. Dominic Romain. Good morning to you, sir.
Morning.
How are you doing this morning?
All is good.
With that background looking familiar, boy. So guys, as Dominic is here now, I will go through the papers for today, the 5th of July 2022, and then I will turn it over to him as we get into the topics of the day. So in the Express headlines in the Express this morning: fiery rage, capital city crippled as East Port of Spain residents protest police killings. Fiery rage. Fiery scenes were witnessed in the capital city yesterday when angry residents of Port of Spain East, including Beetham Gardens, Sealots, and Duncan Street, set debris on fire and blocked roads as a direct response to the killing of 3 men on Saturday morning by police. Eight protesters arrested. At least 8 people were arrested for blocking the roadways yesterday. They were good guys. They were good boys. Relatives of the three men shot dead by the police on Saturday said yesterday that they were innocent, industrious, lovable, and had surrendered with their arms up and knew Jesus. TTPS calls it pockets of disturbances and traffic in Port of Spain. In an update yesterday afternoon, headlined Pockets of Disturbances and Traffic in Port of Spain, police said they detained several people. Jacob, residents were railed up, situation under control. This was 14 hours ago. Soldiers deployed, tire stockpiles set on fire. Chaos in Port of Spain, cops struggle to control protests. Police are playing a catch and mouse game with residents of Beetham Gardens and Sealots. Protesters warned, stop it or is lock up. Venezuelan knifed to death in bar brawl in Duncan Village. Fear and chaos as Beetham Highway Sealots priority bus route blocked in protests. Matt cautions Rowley, warns against self-censorship by journalists. What? Government has no crime plan. 5 more killed. Bloody Sunday. All right, let me see. Just see this Matt cautions Rowley. Right. The Media Association of Trinidad and Tobago is calling for stability at news conferences to avoid the creation of an atmosphere of self-censorship. Matt's statement comes after Prime Minister Dr. Keith Rowley, at a news conference at the VIP lounge at Piarco International Airport on Saturday, attacked journalist Darren Bahor for his previous reporting of a story 15 years ago. Rowley took issue with the words appears in court, which he said appeared in the headline of a story which was published on February 13, 2007 in the Express, where Bahor was employed at the time. He is now at Newsday. You know, now like a vex, I went and read that. Anyway, moving along, guys, over to the Newsday. First Citizen CEO urges Tobago to invest in APO. Relatives of 3 killed by police, they were good boys. Commissioner of Police, full probe into Saturday's shooting. Anger, fiery protests over police-involved killings in Port of Spain. Tobago CPEP worker on firing. This is politics. Duke, killing of black youths must stop. Scrap iron dealers call on government to stop copper theft, not embolden criminals. COVID-19 hospitalization drops below 100 for the first time in a year. Gopi School, Ministerial Committee examining school violence. Man dies 2 months after shooting in San Fernando. Gooding justifies PTSC suspending service during protests. Senator Richards supports bill to extend life of bail act. Mark, blood tears flowing in Trinidad and Tobago. Hines on Port of Spain protests, keep order and then investigate. Venezuelan man stabbed to death, still unidentified. Opposition walks out as AG appeals for unity against crime. Ex-tutor head, Ministry of Education must address literacy. Prime Minister Ali hold talks in Suriname. Debris thrown at media during Nelson Street protests. PTSC advises commuters to make alternative arrangements. 6 held for East Port of Spain protests. And these are the stories making way in the Newsday. So we head over to the Guardian, and headlines in the Guardian: chaos in the city. Anti-police protests disrupt capital city. Enraged over the police-involved killing of 3 men over the weekend, dozens of people from Sealot's Beetham Gardens and Port of Spain yesterday staged one of the largest coordinated protests against police since June 2020. Senior cops assure relatives of justice after fatal police shooting of 3 men. 8 held for Port of Spain protests, national security on high alert. Protesting Nelson Street residents stop the police killings. Mark says some very bad cops in the TTPS fears bail bill will make it worse. AG, bail bill extension meant to send message to offenders. Judge to rule on winding up of EFCL in November. Heinz calls on lifeguards to return to work. Man pleads guilty to sexual touching. 3 COVID deaths, 90 new cases. PTSD tells commuters to make, okay, we read that already. NWRHA protest forces closure of 4 health centers. Sumcall residents set fire to stockpile at tire recycling facility. MP says he empathizes with constituents but cannot condone protests. Rather to receive CARICOM's highest honor. And these are the stories making way in the Guardian, the Express, and the Newsday at this time. So, at this point, I turn it over to Mr. Dominic Romain.
Yes, sir. Morning all. But again, it was a very dark this morning. I'm so tired, eh? So tired.
I had a very eventful morning yesterday.
Is that right?
I bet for sober. Weekend was crazy.
Wow. A lot of gigs?
Yeah, well, one major stuff this weekend one was St. Peter's weekend.
Oh,
So
I found that yellow building looked familiar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Credit Union.
Yes.
Yeah, boy. So it was outside all weekend.
Right. Well, that is good, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm complaining.
Yes, it was worth the times. Yeah. So good morning to all of our loyal listeners, Mr. and Mrs. Giuseppe, Mr. and Mrs. Regis. Good morning. Morning, Angie. Morning to Manu, Mother Tunapuna. Good morning. Nicole Caesar, Patsy Edwards. Good morning to you, Davia Andrews. Morning, Alison Samuel. Jeanette McDonald. I hope Jeanette. I hope you were able to log on this morning. Good morning to you. To Phyllis Felix, good morning to you as well. So many people to say good morning to. So if I forget anybody, please forgive me. The list continues to grow daily. So, yeah. Well, I am not too okura with all that has been happening news. Honestly, I have not been following it. I must say it. I decided to enjoy my short vacation. I did just that. Yeah. So, hence the reason I am extremely tired. Yeah. It's like from sun up to literally sundown. And of course, they have 4th of July sale. So, yeah, can't get away from that. It's like every time I say I done shop. Yeah, right. It's like, morning to Alison Haynes as well. Morning, Alison. Yeah, I done. Yeah, we just go in the store and see what they have here now. We walk out the store with 2 bags. Who sent me? Right?
But you see something that you don't want at a great price.
Yeah. Like, no. We yesterday morning, like, yeah, we had a just running Ross said we just need an extra suitcase because too many things. We just went for a suitcase first. Yeah, and I'm staying in there almost an hour. But I was saying things that I didn't plan to. But okay. Yeah. So, well, with all of these things that have been happening, I'm just briefly apprise myself of I've been trying to find out what is this thing with the Prime Minister and some reporter. I really missed that. I didn't get it.
I want to send it for you.
Okay.
How could I send it?
Yeah. So because I saw it seems to be a very hot topic, and despite my best research, I have not been able to locate what this is about. And apparently, whatever the Prime Minister would have said to this reporter would have incensed the members of the literati. Because see, they come out in full force, have some of the nastiest things to say, but hey, no surprise there. Normal thing. But the Prime Minister is who he is. On the flip side of it, I saw the Prime Minister would have gotten a lot of praises as well for putting the reporter in place. In fact, I would have seen your comment that I think he got hit for 6 or something.
Yeah.
Oh, who was this reporter?
Is his name Darren? Oh gosh, wait his boy. I'll tell you. Darren. I think his name pronounced Bahaw. Darren Bahaw. Bahaw.
Oh, I don't know him. His name is not familiar to me. So
but
I thought it was one of the usual culprits.
Boy, and the thing about it is, no, this is just my opinion, but I don't see the reason for Matt to jump out like that. I mean, hey, but then again, let me stay far from that, eh? Yeah. But I don't know, when I was just so fortunate. I was doing something home and Mom had it on and I say, wait now, that is Dr. Rowley talking there. So I started to pay attention to it at the same time that this happened, and he was basically telling them, like, I'm not taking any questions from you.
Oh. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Right.
And he keep persistent. So that's how the whole thing come out,
Yeah.
And again, everybody, it had a couple people online that, they find that Dr. Rowley shouldn't have gone. So, but when reporters come at him,
yeah,
you ain't telling the reporter that, hey, you could address the Prime Minister different.
Right.
You don't hear that.
Yeah.
And that is my problem. So when the Prime Minister say, okay, you want us to go on the ground? Let's go on the ground. Let's go on the ground.
Right.
Then you find things like who have issues. Everybody have a problem, and he shouldn't do this and he shouldn't do that. And everybody doesn't know what he shouldn't do when he hit them for 6.
Right.
But when they're trying to hit him for 6, nobody know that they shouldn't be doing that.
Yeah.
When we have all kind of crazy headlines and reports in the newspapers, you understand? Nobody ain't talking about that.
Yeah.
So he took a
serious. You see, the thing, Bruce, is that people believe that because of the position of Prime Minister, Office of Prime Minister, that they expect a certain that the office holder would how should I put it, boy? Conduct themselves in a certain way, such that they're supposed to take abuse. But for the sake of office, I will keep my chin up, and I will be prim and proper, and I will allow you to abuse me. But at the end of the day, the office holder is a human being, and can only take so much. And the Prime Minister has a right to respond.
Yeah, come on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree, because now mind you, he catch me and all off guard. I didn't know he was going to hit homeboy for 6.
Yeah.
But I keep saying, but why he keep persisting? The Prime Minister says, I'm not taking any questions from you or anything like that. All right, well, okay, you relax yourself.
Yeah.
You want to continue, and he kept on going.
Yeah.
Kept until he said, anybody have any other questions? And he kept pushing.
Right.
So,
right.
Come on. So that's okay to do then.
Mm-hmm.
And then everybody has an issue now.
Right.
Oh, the Prime Minister, this the Prime Minister, that the Prime Minister. What the hell?
Right.
And I'm taking no questions from you.
Yeah. I suppose Matt and Matt would feel the need to jump to the defense of one of its members. Because, the typical Trinidad, man, they say, well, so we're Matt and Matt this and Matt that. And Matt probably felt hard pressed to make a statement to say that the journalists have a right to ask questions. Yeah. And the Prime Minister have a right to answer what he chooses to answer and take field questions from whom he decides to. Because I recall Donald Trump used to do that too. When it is that he's doing a press conference and there are city reporters who we feel are biased towards against him and who usually give him bad press. Well, he wasn't as I suppose. Compared to what I haven't seen, but what I'm hearing with Dr. Rowley, Trump used to be very a little less diplomatic. He would say, dismiss him and say, I'm not speaking to you, right? You're rude. He used to just get on with it,
yeah.
Right? You from the fake media, the fake thing, whatever. It is, I don't want to hear you, that kind of thing. This was the president of the United States.
But Dominic, I watching the picture with the headline here with which Dr. Rowley was referring to, right?
Yeah.
When you look at a picture says 1,000 words,
right?
Dr. Rowley is the person that was suing, not being sued. But when you look at this picture, because he was coming out from the Hall of Justice, but there were the bars up. I think it was wrong time of the year, boy. I'm trying to.
This is what in the landed matter.
Right. This was around Carnival time, so the Hall of Justice, would have those bars up.
Yeah.
Right. So coming out, you have him now. You get the picture where he is coming out of the courtroom, but the bars are in front of him, so it gives the impression that he is the how is call it. Oh gosh, I forget the name.
The accused?
Yes.
Yeah.
You understand? So, come on. And then it says Rowley makes first court showing in Landate matter.
Right. And the media, whichever media house published that, knows why they did that. Right? Because sensationalism sells. And they understand that we have in Trinidad and Tobago what I always refer to as the Headline Readers Association. Right? They don't read stories. They read headlines and especially, and the majority membership of the Headline Readers Association of Trinidad and Tobago comes from the literati. Right? That's what anything that they perceive to be anti-government, oh yes, they have a million things to say. Like I saw a headline over the weekend with the Newsday, and they posted up something with respect to the results of the SEA, and they were talking about I think some 12,000 or something. So 12,000 students are supposed to be below 50%, whatever it is, right? Kick out the PNM decides to post this headline, and they put something with respect to the PNM, right? Implying that only the PNM could do that. Former Minister of Energy Kevin Ramnarai decides to comment, and he says 6 years of consecutive negative growth. Only the PNM could do that. The UNC could do that. And I responded to him directly, and I said, Kevin Ramnarai, the PNM got 2 consecutive terms in office. The UNC could do that? Up to now, he ain't respond.
Of course not.
No. Can the UNC do that? No, they can't. Right? The members of the literati. So they like to wash all your mouth on the PNM. Yeah? So the results of the SEA, that's the PNM fault, right? That's PNM fault. Don't blame the parents, because the children were home. So responsibility, now it wasn't the first time we've had SEA under COVID. It's in fact, I think the second SEA under COVID. And in the first year, the results are very good. So there needs to be an examination as to what happened in the second year, right? As that would lead to these results. And we know that there were a number of disruptions that would have taken place along with tutor advising their teachers to remember the days of blackout and whatnot and stuff and all of these different things. There were attempts that were made by the government to engage in a hybrid system, to have the students return to physical classes. Clearly that didn't work out very well, because when it was a fully online thing, the students would have done better. But again, in the absence of anything cogent for them to throw at this administration, they're grasping at straws. Typical, grasping at straws. So, but I as I said, I will look, when we go to the break, I will look at this interview with the Prime Minister. Yeah, but Bruce, as I've said before, I'm not biased. I support whatever it is the Prime Minister would have done, if only because Dr. Oli has been the subject of unprecedented attacks.
Yeah.
Right? The level of nastiness that comes from the United National Congress towards the Prime Minister. They have no limits. They know no limit with respect to the nastiness. So they will attack him, they will attack his family, and then you have leading the charges this nasty man from the UNC, the dog liar, who is yet to respond to my last message to him. But that's all right. He probably probably still going through the dictionary to find words to respond to me. It might be a little difficult for him. So take your time, dog liar. Yeah? It's quite understandable. But there's only so much one person could take.
True.
And all kind of allegations that because the Prime Minister went and he did his medical checkup, but his claims that he was being investigated by US authorities for money laundering, and that they were questioning him, and he was detained, and all kind of nonsense, right? And what the man supposed to do? At the end of the day, he's a human being, and you all have no restraint in your nastiness. You all are disgusting. But when it is that we decide to go after, let me not say that. Let me not go there. Right? When we decide to go after the misleader of the opposition, the lady whose dentures are in desperate need of alignment, yeah, all your vex. Because why? That's all the queen. All your Maharani. Yeah? That's all the goddess. All your vex. Don't come and disrespect anyone, man. But you all have no restraint with respect to the Prime Minister. The man has a family. And if you all don't like how it is that you run in the country, that's all your business. You have 3 more years to wait. If you all want to change that. 3 more years. But at the end of the day, the one thing that you members of the literati could never deny is that the level of corruption that took place between 2010 to 2015, well, that's why all your vex. Because not every Monday morning we have a minister of government being accused of some wrongdoing, despite the lies, the blatant lies of the misleader of the opposition, right? Like Sheila coming on our platform to talk about so many ministers of this government under investigation, but you call out 3 names and there's so many more, too many to mention tonight. You're lying. You have no more to mention. That is why you didn't mention it. But you know what? The literati will lift you up because they put you back there as the leader. As I say, keep you right there. You stay right. No, come down from there, come down. You stay right where you are. Right? Continue to yap and let the right-thinking citizens of this country see why you are unfit to be Prime Minister of this country. You aren't fit for any public office. She should have been gone a long time. Long time. But then they quick to call the PNM a cult. The disgusting ocean of the deplorables. And I will continue to call you that, and if all your vex, that's all your business. At the end of the day, the Prime Minister is a human being, right? The man have feelings, and if all you continue to be disrespectful, well, he will respond in kind. There's only so much he can take.
Exactly, he's human.
Yeah. The man tell her not take no question. Move on, all right? Hush your mouth.
Simple.
So you look for your thing, don't
and it's how the questioning started. When we go on the break, you check it out.
Yeah.
You check it out. Ah, boy.
Just one. I mean, in respect to this whole riot thing that took place yesterday. Now, I must admit, Bruce, it did help me a bit because I was supposed to be attending a meeting yesterday. Yeah, because the board of the St. Mary's College Bar Students Union, we had our AGM last week, and we usually have our monthly statutory meeting on the first Monday of the month.
Okay.
I being out of the country, I couldn't attend. And we usually have elections for members of the executive and that meeting. And so on account of the riot, the meeting had to be postponed till next week, so it worked out in my favor. So, I was grateful for that. Not so, but on the other side of it, of course, the unrest would have caused significant inconvenience to many persons. But you see, again, this is nothing new. And the police ought to have anticipated that this was going to happen. Because whenever there is a police killing in the Beacom or in the Silas area, this always happens. So what? The intelligence didn't tell them that, hey, something like this, we should be on the alert for something like this. Really? That should have been foreseen a long time. It's not like this the first time, the second time, the third time that this has happened. And in this instance, based on the pictures that I've seen of the young men who were killed, well, on the face of it, it seems that they were, but based on the pictures, that they were really good boys. But I don't know. Yeah. So, but these things happen too often. And I would like to think that the PCA certainly has their hands full with respect to all of these investigations into police killings. I would have seen the outcome of the one with PC Jilks. And that was a most disturbing article to read, where Mr. Jilks' last words were, "You hit me." And what is of concern to me, Bruce, is that the unrelenting effort that the officers would have put into finding the guy who they claim did the shooting, even though they know that the fellow was innocent. And had they found him, it is quite likely that today he would have been pushing up daisies, because his story would have exposed what they were trying to hide. So fortunately for him, he knew where to go and hide, and that he's still alive today. But it's a stain on the police service yet again. I just wish that the police service, the Police Complaints Authority, could be as efficient in all investigations into police killings, because we still don't have a result and outcome into that incident that took place with the 3 colors from over in the Gold Teeter. Right? That is still ongoing.
And this what happened over the weekend was in the city itself. Yeah, I think that happened. Where they say by along Independence Square.
Wow.
And then the thing about it is, they say investigators said they were fired upon by occupants of the car and have shown one of their vehicles riddled with bullets to prove their claims.
Right.
Police also claim that that one handheld firearm was found in the vehicle. However, people in the capital city that night dismissed these reports and claimed that officers opened fire on the vehicle without warning. Some people even claim they witnessed officers placing a gun in the vehicle after the event. The killing of the 3 individuals sparked an unease in citizens in East Port of Spain, which had not been seen since 2020.
Right.
So I don't know if I don't want to speculate now, because that.
Yeah.
But we have a few seconds before we go to the break. So take in the report and we'll be right back.
Alrighty.
So guys, keep it locked.
Somebody scream! All who just work hard, just put up all your hands up and work it. I say work it. I say work. Everybody sing! Look, there is the price of rum in the bar. Tell them! Oh, but the money still can't come from the pocket. Look, there is the price of rum in the budget. No, but the money still can't come from the pocket. In the pot, put your hand in the air. Hand in the air. I some man is working hard together with their wife to make sure things good for the family. I some man go hurt my wife. I some man go drink and drive. My only vice is the party. I know they raise the price of rum in the budget.
Everybody sing!
No, but the money still can't done from it.
Tune in to the Street 919 FM for the program The Final Hour with Pastor Valentine Garcia Jr. and his wife, Nikki Garcia, for the Bible study every Thursday from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. Mark chapter 16, verse 15 says, "Go into all the world and preach this gospel for every creature, for I am not ashamed of the gospel of Christ, for it is the power of God unto salvation."
You are invited to join Pastors Morris and Agnes Johnson of the Church of the Firstborn Assembly Miracle Center, located at number 399 Eastern Main Road, Guayco in Sangre Grande, for the old-time gospel hour all-night prayer. This and every Friday evening on the Street 919 FM from 9 p.m. to 5 a.m. Designed with you in mind, this program deals with today's issues from a biblical perspective. You will also be given the opportunity to call in and interact with us. Micah 6:8 says, "He hath showed thee, O man, what is good and what doeth the Lord require of thee, but to justly and to love mercy and walk humbly with thy God." Your financial support through the First Citizens Bank will be greatly appreciated. Account number 795-222. For further information, call 753-1113 or email us at church668hope@gmail.com.
Brown Eyes Promotion presents All White Affair Cooler Cruise on Sunday the 3rd of July 2022 on board the luxurious Embassy Yacht. Boarding at the Port of Spain waterfront, Ryson Road in Port of Spain at 2 p.m. Sailing 3 p.m. Music by Sensational Sammy, Dr. Ross, and the guest DJ Selector Mafia. Advance tickets are $200. Pay more at the door. For more information and for tickets, contact Romeo at 748-9335 or Sweet Vanilla at 793-7425. No oversized coolers or glass bottles allowed.
We out and bad in the people better we cause them trouble.
Conscious talk, where we are at and where we are going. It is easier for us to hate, criticize, victimize, be judgmental, deceitful, and dishonest than to love, respect, appreciate, forgive, or even to say, I'm sorry. It's conscious talk.
Trinidad, get ready for the Grown Folks Affair, Sexy in White. Saturday, 2nd July at Rock Band, the Anchorage Shagaramas, from 10 p.m. till 4 a.m. DJs Clyde the Outlaw, Foreign Bass, and Ishmael the Demolition Man. Special guest artist, Colonel Roberts.
Yeah, it's your boy Colonel Kitch Roberts here, and it's all about Sexy in White, July the 2nd at the Anchorage. I will be there with all my songs, and I even touching some of my father classics as well.
Only medium coolers allowed. Get your tickets now at Crosby St. James, Sion's Beer Garden, San Fernando. For tickets and more info, call 375-2257 or log on to www.freeupal.com. Sexy in White, Saturday, 2nd July at Rock Band, the Anchorage Shagaramas.
Every Friday, it's all about Fire Mood Soca Fridays with MC Duke and Selector Gotchi from 6 straight to 9 p.m. blazing all the latest and past soca hits. So remember, make it a line, make it a day, rock and come in, you know. It's all about Fire Mood Soca Fridays on the Street 919 FM. You don't know. Join Pastor Kelvin Heinerine and friends for The Way, the Truth, the Life Radio Ministry, a Church of God ministry, live on the street 919 FM from 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. This and every Sunday on the street 919 FM. Jesus said, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No man cometh to the Father except through me. John chapter 14, verse 6. For further information, contact 686-3845-349-5178 or 342-7303.
Tune into the street 91.9 FM
every Sunday from 10:05 a.m. to 11 a.m.
for the Repairing of the Breach radio program with me, Bishop Showinau Thomas.
The scripture says, and they that shall be of thee shall build the old waste places.
Thou shalt raise up the foundation of many generations, and thou shalt be called the repairers of the breach, the restorers of the paths to dwell in.
Don't miss it. Repairing the Breach radio program with Bishop Sherwin R. Thomas on the street 919 FM every Sunday from 10:05 a.m. to 11 a.m.
If you're experiencing pain, constipation, headaches, poor blood circulation, high or low blood pressure, diabetes, cancer, swollen or darkened feet, come visit us at Health and Wealth Lifestyle, located at 73 Eastern Main Road, Barataria, opposite Eastern Credit Union. We at Health and Wealth Lifestyle offer a wide range of services. Come and experience our new 3D analyzer, which allows you to have a look inside your body. We also provide live blood analysis, iridology, ionic foot detox with foot soak and foot massage, aquatherapy, full body massage, and organic supplements on sale such as nano silver, nano zinc, body light, cold pressed sesame oil, and more. Health and Wealth Lifestyle, located at number 73 Eastern Main Road, Barataria, opposite Eastern Credit Union. For more information, call 275-8359 or 288-1108.
Join Nicole Huggins for Health and Wealth Lifestyle every Monday from 9:05 a.m. to 9:55 a.m. right here on the street 919 FM.
What is Apex? It is the pinnacle of high-performance vision through a lens. It's clarity, no matter what angle you look at. It's comfort, no matter what you do all day, every day. And it's customized with every digital measurement your eyes require to see at their very best. Apex Digital Lenses by Value Optical, the ultimate lens design for your eyes. Value Optical, expert care for your eyes.
Are you experiencing terror, experiencing pain? Poor mood, stress driving you insane. Free yourself from all this hell. Something alive yet to make you well. Dispel all the ills that your body stores and prevent yourself from producing more. Don't worry, nothing will trouble you, cause the fountain of life here to protect you. For info, call 620-9379 or 309-4697.
Good about that looking like a real bad.
Are you ready for that boat experience again? The Sea Champion and the Embassy say, book with us for that unforgettable boat ride experience. Sea Champion leaving from King's Wharf, San Fernando, and the Embassy leaving from Breakfast Shed, Port of Spain, or Westside Trinidad. For more information, call 399-5959 to 814723 or email us at coralvisiontT@gmail.com. Book now and reserve your cruise.
Hey, that boat, that look like it does well.
Share the live. Share the live. The Street 919 FM on Facebook and Instagram. Share the live. Iowa George on Instagram. Share the live. Iowa TV and Street TV on YouTube. Share the live. The Street 919 FM.
Yo, this is your boy Ziggy Rankin, and right now you're listening to the Titans of Democracy. You don't know. Real talk.
So welcome back. If you're just joining us, you're locked on to the Street 909 FM. This is your Titans of Democracy with Dominic Ramin and Bruce Wayne. Dominic?
Yes, sir.
So you would have viewed the interview?
Yes.
So you see how it starts?
Yes. The gentleman, now the first mistake he made was to jog the Prime Minister's memory. By admitting. Prime Minister says, oh, so you admit that? Well, all right. Well, that is it. Yep. Yeah. So, you look for blows. Well deserved. That's how Dr. Rodriguez cuss you out without cussing. Eh? Yeah. Put him in the place. So, again, clearly the Prime Minister was upset with the whole characterization, and I saw the picture.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And so the media know the intent of that photo. Right? It was disrespectful, and of course, the anti-PNM social media profiles would jump on these things, because I recall I thought I saw something, right? Some UNC operative actually did a composite with that picture and some other story. I saw Rhoda Barrett had posted it, and so yeah. Look, the UNC have the elements in the media, right? The anti-PNM movement have the operatives in the media. In the absence of, as I always say, anything cogent with respect to corruption or anything that they could throw at this government, they rely on the nastiness like these things. So, part for the course is just for the Prime Minister to hold his head up and continue to do the work that he was elected to do for the next 3 years. And I hasten to add, Bruce, when you listen to people who, the members of the illiterate, I need to keep referring to them, who continue on social media and other places to blame the government for the rise in food prices, right? As if it's not happening anywhere else in the world. And it's unfortunate that the majority of these persons who want to yap and talk about, this and that, and other governments are doing things to help the people and providing subsidies and this, that, and the next. And everything with this kick out the PNM, these clowns. The price of anything go up? Yeah. Left foot, right foot. Great is the PNM. All I vote for that. Really? So that is only here that happening? Bruce, let me tell you. Yesterday, I filled up gas tank, right?
Yeah.
For my rental. I have never spent so much money, Bruce, to fill a gas tank in the US. Right? Cost me $70 to fill the tank. 70 US. Yeah. I don't spend that much money, and I spent about 270, 280 TT to fill up my tank. In one go, Bruce. And that's when my light on, I have an SUV. I was driving. 70 US to fill up the tank. And the tank it reached the gauge reached the F. But there's no when the tank full, sometimes the pump started click till it didn't even reach to that point, Bruce. I say, Zini, I'm not going any further, right? I see that the F, that's that good. Can I take another $10 to get to that point or more? I see people coming in the gas station and putting $5 gas, $10 gas, $8. I started behind him, I shame, But this is what but this is what people are going through. The struggle. Over there, I'm seeing the prices of stuff that I would normally go and, because whenever I go there, the first place I would go to is Walmart to get water and that kind of thing. I'm looking at the prices of things that I would normally buy, and prices have gone up. In some cases, significantly so. No, I try very hard whenever I travel not to convert, right? But you see, what you never spend. I say, see me, I'm not doing that. I working on whatever is the price here, and forget that. So between this trip and last one, I stopped checking how much money I spent. I don't want to know. Because if I were to go and do that calculation, Bruce, I'd probably say, see me, I'm traveling for the next 2 years. I'm not going through that. Forget it. But prices are high all over the place. People are complaining.
Yeah.
And what I noticed too, one of the and I mentioned it before, and it's a trend that I've noticed in a number of stores in the US is they're struggling to get workers. So you go into stores like Wellington Coat Factory and TJ Maxx and so on, and long lines because they can accommodate 20-something cashiers, but only have 4 and 5 people working and everywhere. So much so I went into a store where they're offering sign-on bonuses for persons to apply to work here. If you sign up for a full-time position, they give you $1,500 US upfront. Yeah. They're so desperate for workers over there, and this is something that is in practically every store that you go into. They're short staffed.
Wow. Because
people are just not working. People are just walking off of the job, and companies are so desperate for workers that they are offering higher wages and all of these different incentives. So people leaving whatever job they have and going to some of these other places, and then they take a sign-on bonus, they work for a little bit, and then they move on. So that the US right now is facing a serious crisis with respect to finding workers. And then with the government benefits, the same benefits that these members of the literati advocating that the government should give here is what has been pushing that too. That persons in some cases are receiving monies where they don't even need to work because the monies they're receiving is sufficient to pay their bills. And that has added to the crisis with respect to the shortage of workers. And I am saying, wow, you have people in Trinidad who will be happy to come up here and do this work. Plenty of them. Yeah, without complaint. So many. But they may very well soon, they might have to resort to that numbers. Having to recruit people for these simple jobs. They're terrible. Too much so I go in a store and when you see the line, you put back wherever it is, nah, not today. It's costing these stores businesses, these what they call brick and mortar stores. Yes, a lot of people are shopping online, but there are some people who prefer to go in person because you try on, you have an opportunity to try on whatever it is that you're buying and so on. Yeah.
I really don't trust buying clothes online.
Yeah.
Because what might be a 3X to fit me in one brand, 3X in the next brand mightn't see me.
That's right. That's very true. Very, very true.
You understand? So clothes, I kind of funny with buying clothes online.
I don't buy clothes online. I mean, and to your point, with respect to different brands, even though they give you the size.
Yeah.
Sometimes you go in store and it's the same thing too, because I will just go in a store and I will just pick up, my size now is large. I used to wear XL before. Now I come down to large. And so I just assume once I see the L, hey, that's my size. And then you go home and you try anything and it's like, but it's too tight.
Yeah.
Like, I'll carry it back. You know? So, yeah, but like with Walmart, for instance, right now, most of the Walmart stores don't have cashiers, physical cashiers. What they have is self-checkout.
Oh.
So you go, you just go and you scan your stuff, put it in the bag, and you put your money in the thing, or you swipe your card, as the case may be. Now, the biggest challenge they have with that is dishonest people, because from my experience, it'd be very easy for people to steal, Bruce. So because sometimes they have one, because again, the issue of short staff, they have one person monitoring everybody who is cashing out to make sure that people cash everything. But you can't. It's difficult for one person to watch everybody when you have about 10 checkout counters.
Yeah.
Right. People just have stuff in the trolley, and you just say beep beep. But you don't know because they just put in stuff in their bag. So some people would put the stuff in the bag and then put the bag back in the trolley. But they could easily put stuff in the bag, and then when you're leaving, they're not checking. Only if it is that if you buy like cases of water and stuff, they will check check the bill to see if it is that you paid for that. But otherwise, it's very easy for people to steal, and I'm sure people do that. You know. But again, I guess with the amount of money that Walmart making, they could probably afford to lose somewhere. So it's like, because they're not really. Or maybe just because of the difficulty to get staff. But if you're going to hire people to monitor every checkout content, might as well just bring back.
I believe a friend of mine, he in the States right now, his family and stuff, and he just started working Walmart the other day.
Yeah.
Yeah. He say, boy, I find I get through real easy, but now you explaining to me what is going on over there. So
Yeah, they're desperate for workers. And I said, in practically every single store that you're going to, you will encounter that. Yeah. So much so that you have now retirees, people looking like they're in their 70s and 80s as cashiers and stuff. It's really bad. And then in some places, like there's a store called Primark, I don't know, in Sawgrass Mall. All the workers, Bruce, look like they now come out of high school. Yeah. That's the little boys and girls who, because they now come out of school, they finish, they're looking for a job, their first job, so they come and take the job. I tell you, nobody looking like they're over 18. Managers come right down to the cashiers, everybody. That's such a young people. That's where it's gotten to. So, as I said, they might have to start recruiting, might see them increase that every year they give away 55,000 visas to the diversity lottery. They might have to increase that threefold to try and get workers. Not tough. But, hey. But, they come there. I don't work, I don't jobs. Job? Really? Yeah, I'll go on Foster Cummins' Facebook page now and you will see every other day Foster posting a whole set of vacancies that it has. Whose fault is it that you're not qualified for the jobs? And some of them is not no big set of qualifications.
Well, that's it. And most of the time, some of them don't want to work.
Yeah.
Let me be
exactly.
real. They don't want to work.
Yeah.
Some of them there's get opportunities that it had times I see like, what boy you get through with that boy, and then when you look again, I thought you was working the other day. What going on?
Yeah.
I can't take them now. You can't take them. What you talking about?
Yeah.
You can't take them with what? You went there for friends? I don't understand what you're talking about.
But them just want to talk to people anyhow. I think, when they figure, as a little child, a big man.
But you're thin skin. That's the problem. You're thin skin. You want to go on the people and them work and do what you want. And when they talk to you about it, you want to play your thoughts and feelings. You're too damn thin skin now. What's going on with you?
Yeah.
I'm like, if I was to be every time my employer talk to me a kind of way, I'll never work no way.
Yeah.
Hey, look.
So I see your former commissioner of police has once again thrown his hat in the ring for the job.
Dominic.
Is this man a glutton for punishment?
Dominic. I wouldn't even coach after I done say all what I had to say.
Bruce, I cannot let that pass. Didn't this man just open a political party the other day?
Yeah.
Right? Okay. Is it that he don't know what he wants?
Aye.
And the very thing that lost you the job is the same thing you continue to do in order to try and get back the job. And about popularity. So this man scouring all the different media houses that run in polls on whether or not he should be returned as the commissioner of police. So I think TV6 ran a poll with 2,800 people or something, so, and 89% say yes, and then some other media house and Loop TT and this one. So he went and looked for all the polls that asked that question, and where the results favored him, he posted up on social media to say, well, look, I'm still very popular for the job where you want me to be the commissioner.
That's the problem right there. That P word, the P word is the problem.
Yeah.
That popular thing is the problem. You want a popularity thing. You don't need that. You was doing very good, you know. You was doing very good until it reached to that P word, that popularity thing. You see that?
Yeah. It went to his head. It went to his head. The man, and now, till he dead, that he's the savior of this country. Yes, we will admit that while you were commissioner of police, you did enjoy a fair measure of success. Yes, it cannot be denied that maybe at least perceived that the criminal element did fare you. Okay, and maybe that would have contributed to some of the results that you got because you had your SORT, which people consider to be to some extent a paramilitary group. That once they snatch you, crack or smoke your pipe, and perhaps that would have instilled a level of fear among the criminal element. Maybe, okay, yeah. But Gary Griffith needs to understand it's not just about popularity, okay? That you need to have respect. You can't be sending, you're threatening the Prime Minister. I have text messages and WhatsApp messages and I could expose you and I could bring down your government and I could do this. Really? Is that the way the Commissioner of Police should be here? The very same people that you were denigrating is the same people that you are now looking to vote for you and put you back simply because you enjoyed a certain measure of success while you were Commissioner of Police. You are out of the position today because of your own fault. You like to put your foot in mouth, as I said, and not just foot. You shoot off right now you're up to your waist. Yeah? Or your both legs gone. The amount of shooting that you have done, and shooting yourself.
You come out in the open to talk about you have information on the government.
Yes.
And you want the same government to approve you to come back to be police. You are loose cannon, you can't they can't put you back there. You mad or?
You scared is an understatement, Bruce.
You don't somehow the etiquette of being a police commissioner, you seem to lack that in somewhat, my friend.
Yeah. Yes, to understand it's a whole package, and you do not have a whole package. And therefore there are persons who, notwithstanding the results that you may have gotten, you may have enjoyed, and possibly could enjoy again. The fact of the matter is that there are people who were in his corner who now are not, because they see him as being disrespectful, they see him as being pompous and arrogant, and there's the other side of it where you think that because your leadership may have gotten certain results, that gives you the right to attack citizens on social media, persons who have a right to criticize you. And as Commissioner of Police, you have time on your hands to be going through Facebook, and you see some comment that is unfavorable to you, that you want to attack the people, that you want to use the resources of the TTPS to go and antagonize people.
It's our next thing.
You send CID or special man or whoever it is to interrogate a man in also 3 hours because the man make a comment that you didn't like.
Dominic,
you're petty, you're a narcissist.
In this public life, not everybody's. It are people who don't like me.
Yeah.
Well, all right. You're entitled to how you feel. I can't vex with you for that. I would not attack you. I wouldn't say, well, and start to carry on. I'm not going through that. You don't like me. Don't like me. Well, all right, cool. No scene.
Yeah.
Whatever.
The course, it comes with the job.
You, from the time somebody says something, you jump out your whole self.
Yeah. And I mean, as commissioner, you have been a press conference and pelting jabs at your predecessors and so on.
Come on, such a petty thing, boy. And that's what gained me, you know. For my part, and people will get upset with me, but I like how the brother was moving. I like how he had things under control. Yeah. I like the fact that he was present. He not sitting down nowhere, in no office or wherever, and sending. He out there on the ground. He do anything.
Yes.
Praises for that.
That's what we need. That's
you
what
understand?
we need.
You was on point there with that. From the time you started, it will have people who don't like it for whatever reason. You know how this thing let's go. You've been in the politics for so long. Come on. Yeah. You can't be answering everybody who upset with you. You want to jump out. They say, come on, you've been not time for that. Let them talk. They talk. Now on top of all of that, you have put yourself as a security risk because you talking about your information on government and thing, and you know, really?
Yeah.
And now you're going to reapply.
Yeah.
And expect to be accepted.
But one has to understand, Bruce, that if there's anything, he's a tactician. Because what he's doing, if he applies and he's rejected, then he will make it seem as if it is government victimization, as PNM victimization.
Yeah.
Therefore, he's going to draw support for that. He will draw support for that for his political party, because people say, oh, Garrington. Well, if we vote for Gary party and whatnot, then and they win election, then he could always step down as a leader and put somebody else, and then they could put him as a commissioner of police or whatever it is, as the case may be. So either way, in his mind, he wins. If I get back the job, great, wonderful, which is what I really want. But if I don't, then I will just make it as seem as if it is political victimization, right? That the government, and then there are some people who support the PNM, who support the government, but feel that Gary Griffith may be the best solution to the crime situation, especially when you have statistics of 13 murders over the weekend. So there are people who are desperate, Bruce, understandably, for some level of security. Clearly, they don't have confidence in the person who's holding the position of commissioner right now. Again, no disrespect to Mr. Jacob, but he's a bureaucrat. That is the system that he has come through. And one of the benefits of having someone sitting in the office of commissioner who has not come through the ranks of the police service is that they can avoid that. There is no batch, that kind of talk, batch talk kind of thing. No, you have no batch there. Maybe they do foolishness, you're not performing. I deal with you. And unfortunately, Mr. Jacob is not far removed from that. He came to the ranks of the police service.
Yeah.
And there's concern to, some of these guys who are applying for this position of commissioner. Their track record really in terms of policing is not all that encouraging from the perspective of field work.
Yeah.
When it is that you seek to be a bureaucrat from early on, so you become a sergeant, and then again they put you in charge of a station or whatever it is as the case may be. So you're pushing people from then, and then you continue to do exams with the expectation of moving up the ranks, but you simply because one, you're getting a higher pay, two, when you resign or retire, you get at least the pension that you're going to get based on your salary, your last salary. So your motive for moving up the ranks is not so much really active policing, but really to be an administrator. What this country needs now is not an administrator sitting in the office of Commissioner of Police, but it needs somebody who's out on the field with your men, doing the work, hands-on, right? But not only that, you need to be able to be dispassionate when it comes to allegations against police officers. One of the biggest criticisms that I had of Gary Griffith, and again, I can throw this at the feet of McDonald Jacob too, is that when there is a police-involved shooting, rather than wait for the investigation, they quick them out of and say that the officers were correct. Right? And so this issue with that killing in Rich Plain with Officer J, that is a stain that is going to remain on McDonald Jacob, because you took what your men said, right? Who were trying to cover up or something, and the first thing you jump out yourself to talk about is they attacked the police and they declared war on the police and they touch one, they touch all, and so on. Even though the residents of the area are telling you that what the story they give you is not what happened, you dismiss it as poppycock and rubbish, and it turned out to be the truth. And up to now, you cannot bring yourself to apologize to the residents of Rich Plain who told you the truth. And now we're saying you want to wait until the fulsome investigation is over, because notwithstanding, the PCA has done their investigation, that the police service still doing their investigation until such time. There are no comment to make. You should have made no comment in the first place.
Exactly. Wait and see what's going on.
Yeah. And if it is that so far the evidence has borne out what the residents have said, at least be man enough to make an apology. Now you're more circumspect when these things happen. You don't want to be premature in your comments and so on. Well, that should have been your position from day one. So you put yourself in this position, right?
Yep.
So with this police killing, with these three young men, as the case may be, what are you to do? People don't have confidence in you to do what needs to be done.
Now we will see if the cameras in and around Port of Spain work.
Yeah. But what's happening with these body cameras? I'm fed up here about these body cameras to these police officers. What's going on with that? These are the things that you need, and it begs the question, is it that these things are being deliberately delayed for these very same reasons? Because if there was body cameras on these officers, we could have been able to see exactly what it is took place and whether or not it supports the narrative that they are putting out in this shooting. So there seems to be reluctance within the TTPS for the full implementation of these body cameras. Maybe somebody needs to make a statement on it, because again, these are the things that citizens want. We want, because you're hearing that equipment is being procured for the officers, the taser and whatnot and all these things. Are these things being used? If not, then it was a waste of money.
Which the electorate will take pride to come and talk about.
Exactly. You see, but then the problem too is that the TTPS continues to recruit the wrong elements. Because the time I saw a story there, was it last week, where someone who is a recruit was charged. She and her boyfriend charged for, I can't remember what it was, some nonsense they were charged for. And she in the picture smiling big and bold as if, what going on with you? Really?
Boat ride pic?
Yeah. You taking a selfie? Madness. But that, you see, and again, that's the problem. There are certain things that needs to be fixed within the TGPS in order to attract the type of people that you want to attract. It cannot be that people are going into the police service simply because they have a grouse with somebody and I want the legal right to be able to slap you and cuff you and kick you up and do whatever it is I want to do to you. And without let and hindrance. It cannot be that.
You saying that, right? And I remember somebody, some years ago, some discussion on the block, street talk. And the fellow was saying, he said, check out some of the people who joined the police. Check out some of them. Check the background. They were bullied in school. They had some little issue. They weren't that popular in school. Different things. He said, when you check it out, some of these officers, they go behind certain people.
Yeah.
And when they see that they okay, now I am on top of you. Right? I am on top of you now.
Yeah.
He said you have to be careful who it is you're allowing to join the police service, the armed forces. He said have a lot of people who have their little grudge and they join these services in order to get even.
Correct.
You have to be careful. He said not all of them like that. So no, he said, but check it. When you check it, you would see. I say that. That real interesting way you're saying it, you know, partner.
Yeah.
That real interesting way you're saying it.
It is, but it is what is happening, Bruce. Because, and then the other thing, I think the police service needs to implement a better system with respect to background checks into some of these recruits. Because, you know, all they do, they put out the pictures in the newspaper, asking the public if you have any information.
Come, what's going on there? Just now, Dominic Marcel in the computer here and
right there in the back.
What Marcel doing here, boy? Dominic, hold on, let me fix this. Yeah, sorry about that. All right. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So because when they post this advertisement in the newspaper and ask people to come forward and if you have any information, sometimes, Bruce, there are persons with information who are intimidated so to do. Because I know someone who her ex is a police officer, and when he was going through the recruitment process, and they would have conducted the same exercise, it's only afterwards, she was telling me some stuff that I wasn't even aware of. I found the guy, to be a cool guy, whatever it is, based on my limited exposure to him. But afterwards, when couple years later, she told me some of the things that he used to do to her. And you let this man get in the police service? Really? And now he seems to be a bit unhinged. Right? So much so that I understand that there was at one point in time, he's now married to a police officer. And, there was some issue of infidelity where he went with someone, a new officer, whoever it is, and he had gone and the wife had gone and bacchanal in the station and whatnot, and think that they had to take away both of their guns and all kind of thing.
Wow.
So, yeah. But, I mean, the guy, I don't know, when she told me that as a child growing up, he was always in fights and that kind of thing. He's a real battle axe.
Okay.
And that aspect of him has not changed, right? In fact, I think he's been under investigation a couple of years now for a police-involved shooting where he would have shot someone and killed the person. But there are some people, Bruce, who really should not be in the police service, who should not be carrying firearms.
Yep.
Because they are loose cannons. And we continue to hear about this all the time. And one cannot help but question when you have these police-involved shootings, whether or not it is as the police say. And we always say the same story. They open fire on the police return fire, person was shot. Always the same thing, right? Like, I saw video footage of that shooting that took place on the day of my sister's funeral at John D on Rising Road there.
Mm-hmm.
And in the video, the guy is on the ground, right? So I don't know if he was shot one time. So he's on the ground, lying on his side, and like he raised up a little bit so. And the police shoot him again. Now he's on the ground, right? Clearly disabled. He's lying on his side. He just raised up his head like that. Second shot fire, and he falls so. I question, was that second shot necessary, right? Why you all have teasers? We were told that the police service procured teasers. In that instance, could you all not have disarmed him or whatever the case may be? Because I think ground, based on the one what I saw in the footage, he didn't seem to be a threat. But frustration, why you are damn person, finish here, so you know, go through all this stuff, I go to court and all kind of thing, but yeah, second shot deal with it. And I know the public will say, hey, you're a pest.
And the thing in that video you're talking about, I saw somebody put up a different angle. Now the guy had a firearm.
Yes.
Because
so when he ran across the road and he had the firearm, and I think it discharged.
No. The thing about it is when I watch the video from the other angle, it seemed as though he shot himself. No, may not have been intentionally, yeah?
Right.
May not have been intentionally, but I thought that we would have heard more on that.
Yeah.
You know? To say the least, well, okay, yes, the second shot was from the person's revolver or was from the police, but I didn't hear anything again on it. That was a bit questionable.
Yeah.
But he boy, how to put it, boy? Okay, you carry the driver down the road, you hold up the driver, you put him in the trunk. That is considered kidnapping.
Yes.
The guy got out, you shoot him, and you going up the road.
Yeah.
Police and them intercept because you leave the man with his cell phone. Man make a call, police intercept. It is alleged, shot at the police return fire. The question is, was your firearm discharged when you was trying to get up? Because that's how it looked from the angle.
Yeah.
Was it done purposely? Did the gun go off? Or was it the police that hit you the second shot for sure?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like I say, too much things were unanswered with that whole scene, and you ain't hearing nothing again about that.
Yeah. On to the next one. On to the next one. But I imagine that what yesterday's protests, we've not seen the end of that. Because clearly the residents want justice, because in their minds this happens far too often, and on most of the other occasions they've not got the satisfaction that they've been looking for.
Yeah.
And in this case, as I say, it appears on the surface that these young men were, good guys, as is always the case, the claim. But that's left to be seen. I said the PCA has their hands full, and we wait to see what the outcome of this investigation is going to be. So, but until I guess something, significant is taking place to assuage the residents. It's raining today, so I guess you probably get some let up. But I imagine that they're not going to let this slide. Again, remember the young woman when they had protests last time who was shot by the police, and she subsequently died. So it's pent-up anger, and I see now the PDP is wanting to take advantage of that. So they had some party, whoever it is in the BCom there for these students who start SCA. They bring, kind of Disneyland characters, and they give out laptop and all kind of bacchanal manner. Yeah. So, yeah, they're doing things. They're doing things, right? So they recruited Anderson. So Anderson had on his black jersey like he did the yellow jersey. But, yeah, we'll see how that goes. And he fought fast, though.
The yellow guy die?
Yeah. Yes, for now. We can see if it's a tie-dye or full black.
How could I support you when you can't make up your mind, boy? That is what I just say, you know.
Yeah. Well, now it's just for Jolene John to come in and do the same thing. Yeah. For as school reopening of school when it draws closer, she will come in there bearing gifts as well to try and bring back Anderson into the fold and see if we could counter what the PDP doing. So, what they'll say is this what the PNM doing. We just see, They will say if the PNM come on, they say, well, there's a knee-jerk response to what was doing. I wasn't you could say that, So if we didn't come and do things, the PNM would not come out. So, all right. Yeah.
I understand.
You can open the lines, Bruce.
Guys, you can call us at 342-0081 and 466-5391. This is the time to for you to give your 2 cents, so to say. Caller, good morning.
Morning, Bruce, and morning, Dominic.
Hey, man.
Hey, man. You're talking about the store. There's a place they call Home Depot. Where in my area, in Providence, Rhode Island, lots of them inside there. The only people you've seen inside is the people who pack in the store. You ain't see no cashier. Nothing. Because when you take up your stuff and you walk into the door, if you pass by that door without something code or password machine, it's a beep, 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 and the gate would not open for you to come out. Somebody come and they check you out and they see, well, yes, hey, look, you try to pass this thing on the pants or some kind of thing. But at the same time, Bruce, you see this thing when we say that we ain't hearing nothing from the police, or we ain't hearing nothing when something happens. You can't go about saying we ain't hearing nothing. You hear something, and you hear the wrong thing, and then that thing we hear spread all about it like wildfire. I believe that the police doing the job in a kind of way because they're police who really work it,
Yes, they are.
They're police who I have brothers and sisters in the police service. My mother once told my brother and them, hey, let come to do police work. Only come to brutalize people, take advantage, or steal nothing from nobody. And so, but police working, some of them playing the fool, and those who play the fool need to be out of the service. Out of the service. So let me say, try and beg, only let's do a good job and only observe what's going on. You see something, say something. I go on.
Caller, good morning.
Morning, Bruce. Morning.
Morning.
Bruce, you see what you say about them police, It's about 7 men 10. That is the reality. About 7 men 10 had problems as teenagers. Bully, no friends, nothing at all, and like they get in there and like the head gone. And all of a sudden you can't talk to them. You can't look at them funny. They're talking there like it's 12. If you back your mouth to them, the sticking out on your face. I know. I pass with that. I live that because I happen to have a girl who had an ex with the police, and if this man mark my car, and any block my car in, my car get now. Any issue my car get now. So much so until I had a friend to make sure he brought me in my car. I love that, and only because he's a police. It so far that I was going to complain him, and he was moved to a different district. My part that, and later I go, not understand.
Yeah, man, bless. Yeah, I don't know. So, guys, call us up 342-0081-466-5391. Those are the numbers to call. Let me see. Caller, good morning.
Morning, Bruce.
Morning, Jen.
Dominic. Morning to all the callers and listeners on 91.9. Mr. Charles, Melissa Napuna, Zina, everybody, Manu, everybody.
Dominic, coming back. Go ahead.
You hear
Jen.
me? Oh, okay. A couple of things I just want to say, and I hope that people hear me and not listen and then misconstrue the things that I'm going to say. I think, first of all, the acting commissioner of police may have handled this situation bad, because if you look at past behaviors when you had police killings, it is only normal to assume that they would have had a protest. I thought he should have come out before and spoke to people, let people get a sense of comfort that probably something is going to happen over there on top of it. That there's no conversation coming from the head of the police at all. So it just leaves you with the emotions running wild about these police killings. So that is one. Two, we must not allow and make police killings become normal or acceptable under the guise that these quote-unquote persons are pests or they are criminal elements and all that. Because at the end of the day, the law still says innocent until proven guilty. And if they're not in the act of committing any crime or anything, the result shouldn't be if they are apprehended or whatever, that they be killed simply because they are quote-unquote pests or quote-unquote criminal elements. That is two. Three, if this situation happened on Saturday, no protest is for everybody. That's a part of our constitution. You're free to protest. This situation happened on Saturday. Saturday, nothing happened. There was no protest. Sunday, no protest. Monday, miraculously, there was a protest. It makes you wonder if it was organized by somebody. My thing is, we have always been having protests after police killings, but there has been no change. And they say when you keep doing the same thing over and over, not getting the same results, then that becomes like insanity. My thing is, they need to change the way in which they do things. If you're going to be protesting out there, and you need to get the support of the wider Trinidad and Tobago, you cannot be doing a protest where you put in the rest of the citizens of the country at a disadvantage, where they can't get home, where there's traffic, where they're fearful, where they're frightened. Then you're burning tires that is a poisonous gas is going to be coming from that. Just recently, Beetham had a sewer system problem that everybody was in sympathy with them for, because the raw sewage was coming up in the homes and the smell and the things on the children's skin and all that. It was fixed after a long while. Now you have tire burning. That smoke there is going to affect the persons in those same areas, the elderly, the children, and all that. So when you're protesting for the situation will happen, but you, on the other hand, creating problems in that situation, I would suggest, this is me simply, that it is organized in a way where that either you go down to the police complaints authority or the police admin building, whatever, with your protest. They're peaceful, of course, and you have some dialogue, whether you have 2 or 3 spokespersons going in to see the officers they're in charge, and you have something written where you want dialogue, something like that to effect change. It cannot be simply come out, burn tires, block the roadway, and then have the police come, the fire come out, the soldiers come out. To deal with that, that is manpower, money spending there. And the result, nothing happens after, other than persons remain disenchanted still, emotions still running wild, and we're not getting any closure to anything. Again, the police, something is wrong in the police service, that the outcome of everything continues to be where young men, usually black young men, are left dead. Where's the tasers, as you all ask? Where's the camera so we can see what is happening? What it is happening is people going in the police service because they were bullied in school and they find that the police service is a way that they could get back on people. Are they just naturally aggressive? Are they persons who have thoughts in their head about killing or whatever and get in the service and use the service as a guise now to execute whatever plans or nefarious activities they have in mind? So we need to look at the police service very, very seriously. And to the residents again, do not let people rent space in all their head for free, chain all you have to do things, because when you look, they are not out there with you all, they are home, comfortable with their children and their family, and you all out there. Let them come and stand with you. If it's organized in that way, let those who help in only organize, or if it's money passing, whatever it is, let them come and stand with you all also, so that when the police come and the fire come and this one come, and situation jump up, them are part of it. And please, as I am, you cannot go with it to deal with something wrong by doing wrong also. You can't now start to pelt the police with bottle or missile while you're trying to protest the fact of police killings. It does not make sense. Then nothing good is going to come out of that situation on both sides. You will go away from that with the same feeling that you came out with. And then the police have the advantage. So I just wanted to say that, Bruce, thank you for allowing me the opportunity as usual, and you all be safe.
No problem, take care. Caller, good morning.
Morning, Bruce. Morning, Dominic.
Morning.
Yeah, yesterday I apologize for last week with the, so I just come back on. Dominic wasn't in yesterday, so I just wanted to know that I apologize for certain statements I made last week, which wasn't radio friendly. The police service is a service which they come from this society. And what do you expect with some of them when they come from a society like this? Our society have, they are a reflection of our society, I believe. And I want to go on to Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith is the guy who I had believed in the sense when he now started, because I know due to how he performed, how he did his stuff concerning when he was nobody wanted him to lie and anything. But it's all about him. It's people who, my brother was in the army, and them could tell you about Mr. Griffith's attitude and towards he have no respect for, what do you call it, authority and people who over him and the army who and higher authority and stuff like that. He always that kind of way. And let me tell you something. It's a plenty thing about Mr. Griffith besides just the disrespect. Because watch out good. When it comes to white collar crime, Griffith dismissed a lot of white collar crime. Right? And from the time you talk about OPVs and things, he don't want them talk. Email gate and them things, he don't want to talk on them things. You started to talk about the pinky man and all these things, right? And people put you there to do a job, but only certain crime you could talk about. Then you're flooding the police service with SRP. And the SRP pulling ranks on officers who come to the ranks and things. Men was talking. They had problems like that, and then these two men who die in the police service, who fall down on the chair and die. It's a people that, it's a guy who we hear about that die, right, after he apologized to Mr. Griffith. So it's a real things. It's not just only the disrespect as people might want to put it. But the real money spent in the police service with football and all these things, and then balling around the money, the finance to do certain things. So then now your partner, who is Mr. Munilal, now jumping up and say that, you have to give the police service water. I was watching the thing going on with how the links with he and Mr. Munilal. People been watching that, and he's disrespectful, as we all say. And then these are things that are going on, right? And there's a lot of things people will tell you that take place. Pull ranks and officers who come to the ranks and that kind of thing. That's all, shouldn't be so, So Mr. Griffith was good at the start, but he was real bad now because he started to show up his ways of how he normally gets on in because Peter Joseph will tell you. My brother worked with Peter Joseph, and Peter Joseph will tell you the kind of man that Gary is, So Gary is not good for any leadership in this country know how. People could talk where they want. And you hear what Dr. Rowley say on the press conference, he say a lot of people who talking about crime and showing up that they is the answer to crime. Plenty of them is the people who encourage crime in this country in certain ways. Right? I just want to say that. Thank you for giving me this hearing. I'll listen over here.
All right. So guys, at this time we have to go to a break. So we go take that break and we'll be right back. Keep it locked to the Street 919 FM. This is your Titans of Democracy.
And in the air, rock in the air, rise and voices, Lord, 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 whoa, tell them pass the rum, ice, the place of woman and watch out the, pick up the house and body, the people better be causing trouble, whoa, just watch out we causing trouble, whoa, everybody buy it, grandson, one, somebody got a room to mash up this. Run to the back and jump up and hold their shell. Bring everything right up in the air. Call you. Look, they won't be ready to go put to yours, Lord. Tight up, brother. Tight up, boy. This is not kind of shopping. This is not allowed, Lord. Tight up, brother. Tight up, boy. Could have been no one good for them. Listen to me kind of music and rhythm. Love people all over me. Shout in the night when they miss it. Show your love. Shady up the blow. Well, I'm going to blast up tonight. Because you can cry. People can come in. Trouble. Just what you we call the trouble. Everybody buy it. Somebody in the room to mash up this place. Run to the back and jump up and what they shall is not this thing. Bring everything right up in the air. Throw them up there. Run to the back and jump up and what they shall is not this thing. Bring everything right up in the air. Throw them up there.
Well, you make some noise. Make some noise.
North Buds. Well, you make some noise. Grandstand. Hold on. By chance, anybody came with a cooler? Anybody came with a cooler? You have a chair by you? Climb up on your cooler. 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 Climb up on your chair. Climb up on your chair. No, it's done. Climb up on your pod. Stand up on your pod. Stand up on your pod.
Join the winning team with Pastor Alkaline John every Monday from 10:05 a.m. to 11 a.m. and every Wednesday evening from 10 p.m. to 11 p.m. live on the Street 919 FM as he talks about Lviv, the power of 5 fruits, one of the most powerful antioxidant supplements on the market today. The 5 superfruits in Lviv are mangosteen, acai, pomegranate, gogi, and nuni. These fruits have a positive and profound impact on human health, performance, and disease. Listen to Pastor Alkaline John every Tuesday at 9:05 a.m. and Wednesday at 7 p.m. on the Street 919 FM as he gives live testimonials of the Lviv healing powers. To get more information, you can contact Pastor Alkaline John at 516-286-7079, 516-286-7079, or you can visit his webpage at www.alkalinejohn.com.
Councillor for Monrepo Navet, Nigel Cotier presents Splash. Bubbles and Foam. Saturday, 9th July at Monterey Post Grounds from 10 a.m. Splash, Bubbles and Foam. Lots of prizes to be won. Look out for the Councillors Cup Small Goal. Register now by calling the Councillors Office at 610-2861. All teams must be registered. There is no registration fee. Splash, Bubbles and Foam. Saturday, 9th July, Monterey Post Grounds from 10 a.m. The football starts at 10 a.m. and the fun events will start at 3 p.m.
Conscious talk, where we are at and where we are going. After a storm, there is a calm. Where there is darkness, light follows. Where there is evil, good overcometh. It's Conscious Talk with Steve Antoine. Every Thursday from 10:25 a.m. to 10:55 a.m. It's Conscious Talk. Conscious Talk.
Good about that looking like a real bad.
Are you ready for that boat experience again? The Sea Champion and the Embassy say, book with us for that unforgettable boat ride experience. Sea Champion leaving from King's Wharf, San Fernando, and the Embassy leaving from Breakfast Shed, Port of Spain, or Westside Trinidad. For more information, call 399-595-9, 281-4723, or email us at coralvisiontT@gmail.com. Book now and reserve your cruise.
Hey, that boat, I look like it's on
Turn your lights down low and listen to the Master's radio. Get in touch with God. Turn your radio on.
You are invited to join Pastors Morris and Agnes Johnson of the Church of the Firstborn Assembly Miracle Center, located at number 399 Eastern Main Road, Guayco in Sangre Grande, for the Old Time Gospel Hour Family Radio Ministry every Sunday from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. Check out the Children's Hour Worship Ministry of the Word and the Family Forum every Tuesday from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. The Law and You every Friday evening from 9 a.m. to 5 a.m. All night prayer live on the Street 919 FM, designed with you in mind. This program deals with today's issues from a biblical perspective. You will also be given the opportunity to call in and interact with us. Micah 6:8 says, He had showeth thee, O main, and what doeth the Lord require of thee, but to do justly and to love mercy and to walk humbly with thy God. Your financial support through the First Citizens Bank will be greatly appreciated. Account number 795222. In the name of the Church of the Firstborn Assembly. For further information, call 753-1133 or email us at church668hope@gmail.com.
Share the live. Share the live. The Street 919 FM on Facebook and Instagram. Share the live. Iowa George on Instagram. Share the live. Iowa TV and Street TV on YouTube. Share the live. The Street 919 FM.
Yo, this is your boy Ziggy Rankin, and right now you're listening to the Titans of Democracy. You don't know. Real talk.
So welcome back. Just a bit of quick information for you. Champions, let's party in fine style around the seas of the Gulf of Paria in San Fernando. Also, yacht lovers, get ready to party on the luxurious Embassy Yacht. Yes, so gather your crew and coolers and come boarding at King's Wharf in San Fernando for the Sea Champion. Also, boarding at the Breakfast Shed in Port of Spain and Chaguaramas for the Embassy. So for more information, you can call us on 399-5959 or 280-7512, or you can email coralvisiontT@gmail.com. For all your hardware, building materials, auto parts, small tool rentals, pets and pet supplies, gravel and sand available. Don't forget PowerMaster, Optima Vart and Megastar batteries starting from $488. It's all at Johnny Q, number 59 Peter Avenue, Woodbrook, and the Johnny Q Superstore in Lowlands Mall, Tobago off Claude Noel Highway. Just call 63 Tools. And join Pastor Kelvin Harry Narayan and friends for the Way the Truth the Life radio program, Radio Ministry, a Church of Life ministry live on the Street 919 FM every Sunday from 6:05 p.m. to 7 p.m. For further information, contact 686-3845 or 349-5178 or 342-7303. Tune in to the Street 919 FM every Thursday from 10:05 a.m. to 10:20 a.m. for the program Straight and Narrow, The Way of Life. The health store being brought to you by Mrs. Arlene Collins Mohammed. For more information, check us out on Facebook or Instagram at Straight and Narrow or visit our website at www.opulence.com/Arlene for Life. You can also call or WhatsApp us at 309-4697 or 620-9379. So once again, welcome back as we continue to take your calls. You can call us at 342-0081 and 466-5391. The lines are now open. Anything to say, Dominic?
Well, just following up on the Jenny's contribution. And I think the biggest issue that the people of Bethlehem have right now, and not just Bethlehem, anywhere where a police involved shooting takes place, is the fact that there's a lack of confidence in the investigative process in this country, and the fact that investigations take way too long. Justice delayed is justice denied. And even in the case of this most recent shooting that would have resulted in yesterday's protest, even at the end of the day, these three young men had families. They had loved ones, right? Now, and what the family wants is closure. If you say that my relative did something illegal and they broke the law, I want the investigation to bear that out.
Yeah.
If you could bring me hard evidence to say this is what they did, fine. So it's not just a case that the people are saying, well, they were good boys and they were innocent and whatnot, and we want justice, we want the police to get locked up. At the end, what they want, first and foremost, a proper investigation that bears out the truth. And if the truth is not to my liking, even if the truth, evidential truth shows that, okay, they were wrongdoing, I accept that. If it bears out that they were not involved in wrongdoing, as I choose to believe, then I want the officers who were involved to be punished to the fullest extent of the law. And that's what the people are asking for. And if it is that so far, since the shooting has taken place, they find that they've not gotten the type of response that they want from the executive of the police, then they will take matters into their own hands to try and at least solicit some level of response. Come and talk to us. Tell us, look, we're sorry that this happened. Condolences to the family. We give you the assurances that no stone will be left unturned in carrying out a proper and swift investigation. There's no reason why this investigation, like the one that is still ongoing with respect to those three guys who were killed in the Gold Theater, to be taken 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 years. Right? Perhaps the time has come for the police service to establish, if it isn't already in place, a special investigative team to deal with police-involved killings. So that is their focus. You don't want to have an officer investigating this thing and then he have 3 and 4 other matters that he's investigating as well. So build out a team, especially tasked with the responsibility for investigating police-involved killings. Make sure that it's properly staffed so that you don't have one officer or 2 officers bogged down with too many investigations such that they cannot commit or devote themselves to bringing other investigations to a swift conclusion. And perhaps the time has come for the police service to come and speak to the public and let us know what exactly is involved in an investigation. What are the steps? Because Bruce, I'm still very confused as to why 8 years later they're still investigating Prison Gate, when in the public eye this was an open and shut case. We've heard nothing, not even the former commissioner who now want to tell you that he was the best thing since sliced bread and then some. That was the one gate that he never spoke about. He promised he would close all gates before the 2020 election. But like that gate fall off the list. Yeah, but he never made it on the list. Like he forget.
Convenience.
So I don't know why it is that investigation is taking so long. So they need to do something with respect to the investigative process, because in other jurisdictions where people are alleged to have committed crimes, and then within a short space of time, within months or a year, they are before the courts. So there's no reason why these things shouldn't happen here as well. Yes, sometimes it happens. The police charge somebody and whatnot, as the case may be. But they need to pay some special attention to these police-involved killings, as we saw with the which play against you. Sometimes it's not all that it appears
to
on
be
the surface.
True.
Yeah?
So true. So guys, the lines are open. Caller, good morning. Hey. Hello.
Hello.
Morning, sir.
Radio. Morning.
Morning.
Here listening to all your conversation all morning. Good morning to Dominic.
Morning, sir. Morning.
You're sleeping?
Morning, sir.
All right. Anyway, yeah, but I'm starting off with the poor minister. Because I don't know if he's a police or a minister. You want to be a police or a minister, but I'm starting off with right? Because first, when you want to be a boroughs, first you was in the army, you was dishonorably discharged, that's why you can't carry the name of a captain, so you can't put captain before your name anymore. You hold the position as national security minister in a party, you was fired. You come back out, you get a 3 years contract as a commissioner of police. You bring in your thugs and them, and SRP, and the only answer to you, not even the regular ranks, the only answer directly to you. And that's why they used to disrespect the other ranks. Right? That is a demotion from National Security Minister to Commissioner of Police, a demotion. Because the Commissioner of Police used to have the answer to he. Right?
Yeah.
But if you want to be a Randolph Burrows, who used to be out there on the field with the men, with the flying squad, he didn't conduct his section wherever he is there, as a commissioner, with fear. He conducted with doing his work, and people respected him because he used to be out there. Now you want to come out now to be a Batman like he, but you want to do it by fear. So people fear you, so they respect you. But it's not fear you're supposed to deal with, is respect. The population must be able to respect you, and right now you lose all respect for people. At least me, from the beginning, didn't really too much up with it, but I was watching how you will go. But he proved me right at the end of the time. And you get your 3 years contract. At the end of the day, you get your compensation package, and you could reapply, because once you're on a contract, at the end of the contract, you get a compensation package. So you could reapply. But now you want to go around and see if he was the best. He was never the best. He was the worst, because people fear you. And you don't do that. People must respect you, not fear. You come and put the men in a set of camouflage uniform and big gun and all them kind of things. And your mouth going up just like the big gun you have. All the time. I can't understand that. So, Bruce, I didn't want to keep up much people.
I'm a brother. Blessings. Caller, good morning.
Hey, Bruce, morning.
Morning.
Dominic, good morning.
Morning, sir.
Hey, Dominic and Bruce, you know, it's real sad to see them guys and them got shot in the car, and the ones that succumbed to the gunshot. It's very sad. I mean, you know, you must feel it to the family and those things. But I'm saying that the banks have cameras, and Central commands the cameras around there. So it's easy for the PCA to apply to the bank management and get footage. Or they just go into Command Central and whatever footage they want, they have to hand it over to the PCA. So but based on an eyewitness account that he said that the police plant a gun in the car and all the things, because those are serious allegations. And I would want to think that it would be thoroughly investigated. And if the police and them try to do cover up just like what they did in Rich Plain, as then again I said, the bank has the cameras right around the building to secure whatever it is. The bank would not release any information like that until it's properly done. And they will only pass it on to the investigators of the matter. So I think we'll get over those things and get the information. I want to also say that we have a serious problem in terms of shooting, people dying. It's happening, and it's like it's getting a norm now to hear like 3 and 4 people being murdered by the same young boys with guns and gangs. And they're using high-power weapons, just as sophisticated as the guns that the police and them that kill the partner and, and sometimes when they kill citizens. Right? And I would not beat up on the police, although I know they are bad eggs. But what is worse for me is those young boys and them who have the grievances. Just wrong by me here, driving up the road, see a target that they want, start to shoot behind him, he get away, and an innocent bystander, a woman, she was fatally shot. I saw nobody protesting and burning tires and things there. When fellas up in Maracas, up on the north coast up there, was slaughtered, I didn't see nobody, nobody burning tires, nobody anything. They're killing one another in droves. You see no family and them things. And you know what has happened when they kill one, the son get killed by gangs. The parents and them want the police and the families and them want the police and them to go and get them first and them and kill them. Don't let them get away. A jealous husband or a relative stop and kill one of their relatives. The other sections of the relatives and them saying, when you're holding, don't let him take it, you want him dead. We have to understand that we're facing a peril, And on top of that, what sickens me? When politicians getting involved and fanning the flames of these things and these young boys and them losing their lives, and you have, sometimes you want to know where they're getting these weapons, because as far as I know and I understand, that those weapons ain't cheap. And they're broken. They ain't have no money, but they in control of high power weapons that some of them cost all kind of $50,000 and upwards, depending on how good it is. If they have a little issues with it and when you're shooting it up and it's sticking on something, you might get a little cheaper, but basically you want a good AR-16, you could pay a 30 grand and get one. You hear the police and them talking about it, you hear they talk about it. But if you have so much in the street, in the hands of young fellas, and they killing one another with they don't care. They're doing business. Where is the fire and the burning of the tires and blocking of the roads when the criminals killing one another? When the young boys and them with guns in the hands, where's the families? When you come and see it, your son with the head blown off, and lie down on the street there, and the police and them come, they think they're looking for the fellas. You want the police to find the fellas and them who do it, but you want the police to kill the same fellas and them who do it. What kind of hypocritical society that we are as a people? And then when Dr. Oli makes statements of certain things, then you don't look at what he is saying, but you want to criticize him because he says, and you don't care what you talk about. And then you have a opposition who, when you pilot laws to deal with these sort of crimes with guns and those things, they abstain, and they're telling you abstaining doesn't mean that we against it and all kind of rubbish they're telling you on. All their only concern is about getting in power, and I am totally fed up. I am so fed up that I am getting numb now. So when I hear things like that and you think, I am asking the parents and then your child, you know, understanding what it is going on there, your child and them gallivanting in a car all over the place. What were you doing? I know if my child could be 22, 30, wherever it is, and he had to go out or she had to go out unless they're on their own. One time they had to leave my house. I must know where they're going, who they're going with, and when they're coming back. We have to take more responsibility for ourselves and don't let people tell us what to do. We know the right thing to do. Let us do the right thing. And when things like that happen, I mean, children Galavan, if them guys and them went in that wrong hole with that car and speeding up whatever street or driving up whatever street in the wrong hole, they may be shot up too by same fellas with guns too. And when that happens, no outcry on that, no burning tires, no singing, no nothing. A set of hypocrites. Thank you very much.
Thank you, caller. Guys, also, you need to be mindful of the length of your contribution. Remember, there are others that would like to put in their as I just say, their two-piece as well. So, caller, good morning.
Bruce, good morning.
Morning.
Dominic, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Hey, Dominic, I'm in Miami hanging with my daughters.
How was your flight?
It was wonderful. They were wonderful.
We could have
the guys from the day. Come there, you go by the hard work online, my boy. although the guy from the day go tell me I'll be begging a luggage when I go by people in the US.
But I was in Hard Rock on Saturday. Yeah.
Oh Lord.
And next time I'm up that way, we had a meetup.
Yeah, next time we go up, man.
Yes.
Hey, Dominic.
Yes, sir.
Recently, I had to listen to an interview. Aisha, my good friend, although she had roughed me up, did on a program with Barry Garcia.
Mm-hmm.
Dominic, and people calling and praising Barry Garcia. Barry Garcia, who used to be on the ground report back in the days, lamblazed Dr. Rowley. And when I called to defend the PNM, Barry Garcia used to be calling me an illiterate. And now, I have to sit down and watch Barry Garcia doing an interview on all your radio stations. Dominic, you see why they just have to say a total feelings? Dominic? And people calling and praising Barry Garcia. When he used to be calling me an illiterate, when I used to be defending the PNM, Dr. Rowley and all of them. Well, you're praising him now. Dominic?
Yes, sir.
Let me tote my feelings. I go tote my feelings. Thanks for taking my call.
No problem.
I will leave it here.
All right.
Passion in the voice this morning.
Yes.
Caller, good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning, Dominic. And oh God. Right.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry. Good morning, Dominic and Bruce Lee.
Mm-hmm.
And the Titans of Democracy. Are you all hearing me clearly?
Yes.
Right. Calling from Irish British Princess Town. Well, my first thing is this Mr. All the 3 Gs, I would say he was disrespectful to the Prime Minister and to the Minister of National Security, Hines, and his very thin skin. If he should be commissioner again and somebody on the moon should say Gary sucks smelling bad, he would find him. You all know that, right? he would find them wherever they are. He would find them. So I don't think anybody in their right senses should put that gentleman back there again. And he has his own party also. Okay. The guy with the media, who Dr. Rowley had to stop. You see, some of these media people, they mix with the UNCS. So that young fella, he don't care, you know. He just didn't care. He don't care who is Dr. Rowley. In his mind, he's just a man. Rather, it's true. Now, when the opposition keeps on, how long would they keep on walking out on the AG until 2025? Yeah. Because I presume Dr. Rowley wouldn't be moving him. So they intend to just walk out as if they're doing the country a good. Now, when Ram Logan was the AG, when he and the great Ram Dean did the wrong, right? When with the West and the same and got repeated. When Ram Logan did the mischief and the whole country had known about it, did the PNM walk, because he was still AG, right? Did the PNM members ever walk out when Ram Logan had to speak? No. But you see, most of us don't remember. Dr. Rowley traveling to go out on the country's business. He ain't carrying no 30 and 40 people with him. But it's a problem. It's a problem. He went to America, lies again. He's on investigation for money laundering. Oh, God. When will it end, fellas? When will this thing end? But the opposition is only there to go back in power. All they care about is power. And as I would say, Donald Trump and this Shishila or Kuchila, whatever she name is, they are the same. They're only on power. They don't care who died. Have a good morning, my friends. Love. Thanks for that.
That is weather now, boy. Yeah.
Telling me? I really feel the telephone today, no? Could I go back in my bed after this one? Relax. Say.
I had some up and downs to do today, but I ain't seen that happening now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Caller, good morning. Morning.
Morning. Picture, what is a Photoshop or what is called it, the Dr. Rowley with two FBI police having on arrest in America. I saw Pastor Google show it. Yes, you had to put that, to do all of that. All of that they did. I saw it when Pastor Google show it. You understand? Think them to be easy. They want to come outside. But not easy.
342-00814-665391. Those are the numbers to call. Ah, boy. Caller, good morning.
Hi, good morning, Bruce and Dominic.
Morning.
Morning.
And viewers. Now, we must not condone the police just shooting up as the bandits. But this morning you made observation of, and you give the description of what happened to the gentleman in Wrighton Road. Bruce?
Yes.
If someone, because I've had encounter with the police, being kind of just orderly, because we came to our home, we bought a car legally, those foreign car.
Mm-hmm.
We had to bring it in, and they thought it was one of those stolen things when he just come in with gun. I had to move this gun from my face, you know. So, there are certain things, certain behavior we don't tolerate.
Yeah.
And we know that, but, excuse me, policemen or any security officer seeing someone with a illegal gun, illegal, nobody can trace it back to you, they feel threatened. That is how I would see it. If somebody coming to me as a bandit or somebody as a robber or anything in a business place, coming with a gun, I know you coming to do something wrong. You are just coming to intimidate me. It may not have bullets. You may coming to intimidate me or kill me. Isn't that so? Because what's the purpose of having a gun? And you describe the behavior of the gentleman on Rice Road. I'm not condoning what the police see. I was not there. I have no camera to prove anything other than that, right? But the police feel threatened when they see someone with a gun. But we're saying that they should not go around just shooting people like that. But these people having gun, it's illegal. We are not complaining about how these, nobody matching, I'm ready. Nobody matching about why are these guns in the country and who have them? Where are they stored? How are they getting in here?
True.
Who's supporting it? And the gun is not a cheap thing. So that means it must be someone with money and interest with these guns. Why is it? Look, this morning I had some Malabar spinach, which is we call poi, going outside my place there. Why are these guys getting into business, eating from themselves, and parents can be comfortable without tears? Let me tell you something, it's not easy to lose a child or anyone you love, okay? It's emotional and it's never ending. You always remember, right? But I am saying, do you love your children? Some parents, and a guy talked earlier concerning children leaving. Let me tell you, I know a mother telling me her daughter leaving. The only how she knows the daughter going out and maybe for a few days or whatever is when she come out and she saw a car and the daughter say, I'm gone. Okay? And you know who she going to? Top gang leader. They have all these young girls. Listen, there are a lot of things going on in the community that parents are not talking about. They're emotional about it. They cannot talk to their children. They can't even go and protest. Because what? Who they're protesting? No person doing illegal thing going and protest. Yes, because it's the state. And the lawyer can be paid by the state. You taxpayer, it's not the politician's money. Your taxpayer money. Say no to the death of your children by saying do not follow them. You can't control your children. You can't control the drug man. You can't control the legal thing. You want to control the police and the government. We are not condoning what the police do once they do it illegally, but their lives are threatened. Our lives are threatened. Be fearful. You can't. Some people say, of course, you're telling that person something. If somebody bunks my car, I'm not saying anything. And that is how people feel in this society. They're not going to argue with anybody if they do something wrong because they're afraid that they kill them. Have a pleasant morning. Blessing to Trinidad and Tobago and its citizens. Bye.
Thank you. Take care. The sleepiness coming back, boy, Dominic, boy. I feel as the weather. Guys, you can call us up 342-00814665391. In a little while we'll be getting out of here. Hopefully going straight home. Caller, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Bruce Wayne.
Morning.
Good morning, Dominic. You know, listening to the conversation of the callers and them now. Thank goodness for the weather. I see that maybe the rain will probably put out all them fires in town. What did I say, Dominic, hello, Bruce Wayne?
Yeah.
There will be a lot of political vultures and taking opportunity of this, particularly a party from Tobago. And I see how I noticed that one of the young boys was wearing a shirt from a political party that was who leader was distributing bread and water.
I don't know if it wouldn't start. Where they was really in a place to get rubber, to get the tires. Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. There'll be a lot of political opportunities, particularly that so-called UNC B team from Tobago. Right? Because remember the leader came into the area and tell the MP, why don't you thief for your people? Well, remember that statement? And where's that leader now? Where is he? But I guess he have his minions going inside there because one of them, if I recall, she was there during the time with the young boy who was held up at Kwesi. Well, remember that one?
Okay. Well, there you go. You get cut off. Caller, good morning.
Yes, Bruce, I just called back again. Leader there say something, but Leader there accusing how you name Balgassia that. But the same thing with Leader there. If he was defending the PNM at the time, now the UNC waking him up because he condemned the PNM and Dr. Rowley and he say he was defending him. So we're talking about Balgassia. A man mind could change, but the same thing about it. I want to just say an accent to Bruce. That whole thing with the media. I hear people condemning, trying to condemn Dr. Rowley. But I want you to remember that Basil Pandey, Dr. Rowley hasn't done nothing to the media like Basil Pandey. Basil Pandey tell a reporter at time, go and ask your mother. Just imagine that. I could remember that. Then he tell the media, he tell them, do them before they do it. And it had a big rattle. Remember when he said teachers is criminal? This is, you understand? And they're making such a noise like that. But one Dr. Rowley say something. I just want to say, you see how it is? You understand that, Bruce?
Yeah.
The attitude of them. And they say, go and ask your mother if Dr. Rowley said that in the morning. If you know what's going on. Yeah? And then he says, take the media, take them before they take it, do them before they do it. That was a big thing when media man, remember they slam down media thing. And they coming out to talk about all the telling man that I don't take no questions from them. Because of what you do. Right? Yes, okay, and this.
Yeah, man. Three 342-00814665391. Caller, good morning.
Good morning, Bruce.
Morning, Mother.
Morning, Dominic, Sharon, everyone else morning. Bruce, you read papers this morning and I realized as if two organizations and somebody else on television seem to have a problem with the Prime Minister's statement. So what I'm asking, I'm not against anything they say about, not anything, but saying something about him in a fair way, right, fair, I should say. But I'm wondering to know if they said anything when somebody said, if we fail, blood will flow in the streets. I am wondering to know words like that. Even the police, they had a right to take some effect with that threat. Because for blood to flow in the street, I don't know if it's dogs or pigs or what they would have killed for the city blood or if it's human being, which I think is more human being. And then last week, another person, the same person talk about the media, telling us to go on social media, don't bother with these journalists, and she used her remarks about them. They didn't hear that? Did they say anything about that? And as soon as the Prime Minister state what happened to him personally, they all get annoyed that he shouldn't say it. And this is, this is leading you on when you think people you're looking up to show an example. Show it evenly. Let it be honest on everybody's part. Take interest so that the country will run smoothly, especially with the reactions of some of the school children. What we are portraying is for the children to follow us. I grew up in a village where everybody in the village, you had to know how to behave just like if you're home. Okay? So if you have to continue to have respect for anybody, you have to show and earn respect. Okay, then, bye.
So true. Caller, good morning.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Bruce,
morning.
and Dominic, good morning.
Morning.
And how you all going?
You good?
All right. Well, I am all also going good so far.
Nice.
In the name of Jesus. Because we have to have Jesus there with us now, all the while. Because the way how the thing going, I don't understand it. You hear Bruce Wayne and Dominic? Well, I want to tell Sharon, Mommy Saul, Shak Lady, Mr. Napuna, and Manu, everybody in the tiger this morning, and have a blessed morning. You hear? And everybody keep safe in the name of Jesus.
Yes.
You hear, darling?
Yes, my dear.
So all they keep good, right? And
You
good
too.
morning to the Prime Minister and his family. You keep safe and good. God there with you. Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Caller, good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Morning.
I have been trying for the longest while. Anyhow, Dominic, good morning. I love you. Bruce, I love you. And I am calling to wish my grandson, Dante Duncan, happy second birthday. I love him with all my heart and greetings from all his family.
Yes, nice.
And same happy birthday to your son also. Have a blessed and love-filled day. Bye.
You. Bye-bye.
Yes, happy birthday, Dante, she said.
Yeah.
Hope that he has a great one. And also, belated birthday greetings to Nicole Caesar, who is one of our loyal listeners. I couldn't
Yes,
on Sunday because, Sunday, Sunday was dressed. Yes.
Caller, good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Oh, God.
Morning.
I just got back. Good morning, everybody. I just on the phone and just said, it's me again. And we are carrying the song one time and you're going to the and making more and more. Don't tell her to put some music up in the site for me and all again. You understand? It's just some of the best I'm talking and they're like reading and stuff on the far read. And you line up and you line the waiting to get your cup of coffee. Or you get 2 coffee and some of you are getting lunch dinner. Where are you? Everybody only complaining, you too. It's me again. Good morning, lovers. I love you all very much. I don't know that, but I just get jumpy when I can't get my coffee in the morning. All right, we talk about the thing now. For so many years now, all of you hearing where the guns coming from. All the stuff I did already, the gun man. Sean Francis, God knows so many years ago told us where the guns were coming from. You see, remember that? So you take that show? All the way come and tell the government to coward. People are saying what they have to say about PNM and all of them blows. But we afraid them. We afraid to talk. The government have an original thought, that we never change, You are telling all the more saying nothing because that's how I in the old age could remember that. Stop coming in there and say, where the guns are and government from, you don't know? That's taking up people's side. The government and the authorities are not work more hard. Harder, look at the condition of forest pain yesterday. That should have, I never see that go ahead. Eh? What they see, let me tell you what they're doing. You've got to understand the time of the day. You see, when you open a business in this country, you have to pay tax. All you know is tax, right? TAXS. You know that kind of thing they put in the government has to pay tax, In the form of them union and them bullying the government, that's what's going on. All of them reading them, all of them making all of them come and tell them that's here. The government is trying and the more they try, the more pressure they get in. Because the union leaders are wicked and they call them for all kinds of things and they have criminals and them backing behind it. So all of you, all they start to pray. start to pray and lift up my eyes unto the hills from whence cometh the help. The help cometh from the Lord which made heaven and earth. And for the people who be able that fret not thyself of evildoers. All the prayer, man. I doesn't like to call you, but when I hear the thing going on, it's me. But happy belated birthday, Isaiah. I didn't get to tell you that yesterday. Bruce, choose a big man there on your hand.
Yeah.
Well, you have to tell me. Tell me alone. That don't tell her. Understand? You are all idea how to understand. You know what you will do? When you're a grandfather. God.
Oh, gosh. Yeah. So once again, let me say happy birthday to my son Jabari, celebrating 20 years old today. Yes. Hey.
You see any game long time, man?
You have a older brother that is 22. I was just had a laugh, yes, boy.
Yeah.
I love my boys, man.
Nice.
Yeah. So, guys, you can call us up. We're getting ready to leave. We could probably take a few more calls. Caller, good morning.
Morning again to you, Bruce.
Hey, my brother, morning.
Morality going on in an island country, you know. You can't reach the average little youth. You know your mother, your great-grandmother. It's not easy with these kids and them friends. I the old man, so I hold him in the corner. I go deal with my grandchildren inside. And I take no nonsense from them.
True.
Straight up king. You have to deal with them as a thing. You have to be real.
Yep.
And in a nutshell, this man who they be calling when I run and I saw at evening, Mr. Wall Street. Tell him to touch that Jenny. He's a woman or what? There's no need Janet woman to go like that, boy. Or let's just stop this man. Lock you off when coming on the program. Is that true? I'm fed up I am. Look at us, you just said all the rich old safe. I go on. Have a safe day.
Thank you. Caller, good morning.
Bruce,
Oi.
I just say you have 22-year-olds. Those are your friends. Those boys are your friends now.
You understand?
And take the bombshell. Just now you're going to be a grandfather. You could be a grandfather just now. Okay. Congratulations to your son who passed his exam also.
Yeah, thank you. Caller, good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Morning.
I forgot just now when I called to say happy belated birthday to my daughter, Danica Trim. Her birthday was on Saturday.
Okay.
I am having a next grandson birthday on the 11th, Darrell, and I have a great nephew on the 7th. He lives in USA. So I will try again. Love you guys. Reach home safe.
Thank you. Caller, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, 1285.
I just want to say to your son, keep smiling, keep shining, knowing you can always count on Daddy. For sure, that's what Daddy's for. For good times and bad times, he'll be on your side forevermore. That's what Daddy's for. Come
Could I say my morning now?
Of course.
Good morning, Dominic.
Morning.
Good morning to Mr. Malcolm, Miss Gemma, Miss Angie, Miss Thomas, Miss Mano. Good morning to Mother Tanapuna and my guru, Mr. Tan, and the special prince of the Tigers, Miss Monica Paul, Miss Diane Smith. Maura, good morning. I look down and I listen.
Yes,
so go with that. And make sure you do good by that boy, and congratulations to your son who passed command son.
Thank you. So guys, this is where we will, let me take this call before we close. Caller, good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Morning.
I'm listening to this call, and I have a suggestion.
Okay.
I feel that the police service, Internal Affairs Division, should be attached to the PCA and not the police service.
Oh.
I will give independence days and a fairness.
Okay.
All
right, thanks. Kind of makes
Good
sense.
suggestion.
Yeah. That makes some sense there, you know.
Yeah.
So, Dominic, any closing remarks?
Also, I'm going to try and steal an hour of sleep before I hit the road. You know, I wish I could take the rest of the day, but unfortunately, I cannot. Yeah.
I just saw a thing on my phone there where there's a vehicle burning on the NP flyover. So, guys, be careful coming into Port of Spain. I don't know what's going on out there. You know how long ago that video was. So, we're out of time, not out of things to say. I'll be back here tomorrow. Please go with the lovely Miss Sharon Felix. Dominic will be in on Thursday. Oh, Dominic had to call your concern on Thursday as well.
Okay.
Right, guys, so that's all our time. And as we say, Dominic,
ciao.
Talk to you guys later. Have a great day. You don't know. Real talk.
The views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of the Street 919 FM.
Tune in to the Street 919 FM every Thursday from 10:05 a.m. to 10:20 a.m. for the program Straight and Narrow, The Way of Life, The Health Store, being brought to you by Mrs. Arlene Collins Mohammed. For more information, check us out on Facebook or Instagram at Straight and Narrow, or visit our website at www.opulence.com/Arlene for Life. You can also call or WhatsApp at 309-4697 or 620-9379.
Hi, what's up, TNT? This is Wayne Johnson out of Brooklyn, New York. I always wanted to do something back home, and we're going to be doing our gospel segment on Mondays from 10 p.m. to 12 midnight. That's 10 p.m. to 12 midnight on 91.9 FM. Listen what I want you to do. Spread the word. Spread the word, TNT.
Salvation, full and free. Salvation is for everybody.
Mondays from 10 p.m. to 12 midnight. That's 10 p.m. to 12 midnight on 91.9 FM.
The views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of the Street 919 FM.
Turn your lights down low and listen to the Master's radio. Get in touch with God. Turn your radio on.
You are invited to join Pastors Morris and Agnes Johnson of the Church of the Firstborn Assembly Miracle Center, located at number 399 Eastern Main Road, Guayco in Sangre Grande, for the Old Time Gospel Hour Family Radio Ministry every Sunday from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. Check out the Children's Hour Worship Ministry of the Word and the Family Forum every Tuesday from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. The Law and You every Friday evening from 9 a.m. to 5 a.m. All night prayer live on the Street 919 FM, designed with you in mind. This program deals with today's issues from a biblical perspective. You will also be given the opportunity to call in and interact with us. Micah 6:8 says, He had showeth thee, O main, and what doeth the Lord require of thee, but to do justly and to love mercy and to walk humbly with thy God. Your financial support through the First Citizens Bank will be greatly appreciated. Account number 795222. In the name of the Church of the Firstborn Assembly. For further information, call 753-1133 or email us at church668hope@gmail.com. We now take you to our live broadcast with Pastor Morris Johnson of the Church of the Firstborn Assembly.
We've settled the question. We made our choice. Let the anthems ring out. Songs of victory now swell. For the church triumphant is alive. It marches on. It shall ever march on. It is a church that will one day rise to meet the Lord in the air. And with palms in their hands, they'll shout salvation to our God. Oh, my broken-hearted friend, you're not alone. The church is still alive. If you feel forsaken, God is still there. For the church is still alive. Businessman, give that business to God, because the church is still alive. Every need you have is met through His word and through His power, because the church is still alive. Family of God, rejoice. Lift up your hands and sing. The church, God's church, it's alive. It's alive and well. church be the church. Let the people rejoice, for we've settled the question. We've made our choice. Let the anthems ring out, songs of victory. Let them swell, for the church triumphant is alive and well. Let the church be the church. Let the people rejoice, for we've settled the question. We've made our choice. Let the anthems ring out, songs of victory. Let them swell, for the church triumphant is alive and well. Oh, this old ship's been through battles before, storms and tempests and rocks on the shore. Though the hull, it may be battered, down inside it's safe and dry. It will carry its cargo to that port in the sky, in the sky. God has always had a people. People who are blood-bought, born again, separated, free. People who are sound from sinner to circumference. People with consciences as steady as Gibraltar's mighty rock. God has always had a people. People who will stand for the right even if the heavens taught her, who will look the world straight in the eye and tell the truth. People with courage without shouting it. Holiness convictions without denying it. People in whom the strength of everlasting life flows deep and flows strong. Sure, some have misunderstood the church. Like Simon the magician, they have failed to realize that God's Holy Spirit is not a blessing to be bought, but an experience to receive. Others have maligned the church. Through their noisy unbelief, they've tried to spread a false rumor that God is dead, but God is not dead. He's been kicked out of our schools and ignored in many of our churches, but God is not dead. And on through the 20th century, there marches a mighty army. Free people, God's people. I'm here to tell you, friend, the church is alive, alive and well. Let the church be the church. Let the people rejoice. For we've settled.
Oh, we settled the question, people.
We made our choice. Let the anthems ring out.
Yes.
Songs of victory now swell.
The victorious one. The church. The church triumphant is alive. Yes, come on, tell us. Yes.
It is a church that will one day rise to meet the
Oh,
Lord.
yes, yes,
And with
yes.
palms in their hands, they'll shout salvation to our God.
Amen.
Oh, my broken-hearted friend, you're not alone. The church is still alive.
Yes,
If
yes.
you feel forsaken, God is still there.
Hallelujah.
The church is still alive.
Yes, it is
Give
alive.
that business to God because the church is still alive. Every need you have is met through His Word and through His power because the church is still alive. Family of God, rejoice. Lift up your hands and sing. The church, God's church, it's alive.
Church of Jesus Christ is alive and well. It is with those words I greet you this morning in the name of my blessed Savior, Lord Jesus Christ. So welcome to today's edition of the Old Time Gospel Hour, where we bring you the best in Christian programming. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, amen. Where we deal with today's issues from a biblical, none other, from the biblical perspective. So welcome aboard, God's morning to you. I must present that every day to you, every day, because it's the day the Lord has made. We will rejoice and be glad in it. So it is God's morning to you. It's God's earth, it's God's air that we breathe. And what a day we are living in. You know, went to sleep last night, got up this morning, and what was the song in my spirit? What was the song in my spirit? This song in my spirit was, Hallelujah, Amen. Why? Brother, Pastor, Nathaniel, Basie, Nigeria. Yes. So this morning, in the hot seat, he's a favorite of the Old Time Gospel Hour. And we thank God for the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. Say what you want, people. Say what you want. The book of Romans, chapter 13. You see, a lot of people talk God, eh? A lot of people talk God. But Romans 13 is very clear. Let me just kind of preface this morning. Let every soul be subject unto the higher powers, for there is no power but of God. You have many gods today. You have many gods today, but you only have one true and living God. And you'll get it right here on the Old Time Gospel Hour. No mixing. No, we don't compromise here. We don't try to be politically correct. What we do is what God wants us to do. So hear it again. Romans chapter 13, and you could read all the rest of it. Let every soul be subject unto the higher powers, for there is no power but of God. The power that be are ordained of God. And that is why we allow the law and you on a Tuesday morning, and we allow other people to come on the forum, because we want good governance, whether it's in the police service, whether it's in the government, whether it's in the home, whether it's in the church. If you were with me yesterday, you know I take no prisoners. It was very rough and tough, and even on Sunday. All right, but today is the law on you. So, the church.
God has always had a people. People who stand for the right even of the heavens taught her, who look the world straight in the eye and tell the truth.
Tell the truth. And with that this morning, let me introduce my guest. He's no stranger, as I said, to the Old Time Gospel Hour, and to you, listeners, both on the street, and the sky. And to all you, let me bring up my listeners here this morning. Very important, to bring up my listeners.
Others have maligned the church. Through their noisy unbelief, they've tried to spread a false rumor that God is dead, but God is not dead. He's been kicked out of our schools and ignored in many of our churches. But God is not dead. And on through the 20th century, there marches a mighty army. Free people, God's people. I'm here to tell you, friend, the church, it's alive and well.
So it's only free people can free people. Understand that. Only people who are free can free people. A lot of people want to say they're free, but they're in bondage. They walk in all sort of iniquity. But this morning, let's go straight into it. ASP Hill is no stranger. He is a man of many accolades. He have been in the police service for at least 24 years. By next week this time, so he would have, I hate the word would have. By next week this time, he would be on pre-retirement leave, and so much more. So, Mr. I don't know why I keep wanting to say doctor. You're going for a doctorate? God's morning to you, sir.
God's morning to you, Pastor Johnson, and your listeners. Yes, I am a MPhil PhD candidate at UAE.
Very good.
Yeah, I'm happy to be on the program this morning and happy to, share, enlighten, educate, inform Trinidad and Tobago on a number of issues that I'm sure they're burning issues for them, and I'm sure they're looking for some clarity on those issues.
So, with that in mind, without any further ado, because, we're dealing with time, without any further ado, I'm going to let you go until past, bring people up to date, and then after we're going to pay some bills, and we'll give people the opportunity to ask you questions this morning. Please, Officer Hill, one more time, welcome.
Thank you. So today I propose to deal with the 3 entities that deal with police misconduct, both internal in the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service and external. And I will talk about them in light of the recent police shootings or police-involved shootings and what followed yesterday, what usually followed, what we've grown accustomed to in Trinidad, not just with respect to police shootings, but anytime a section of the society feels dissatisfied over a number of things, they take the law into their own hands, they block the streets, they burn tires, they throw debris in the road, they lit fires, and at times there's a little confrontation between the police and members of the public. So yesterday's events were directly related to 2 incidents, police shooting incidents, one in Port of Spain earlier on Saturday, and one later in Mova. So the 3 entities are the Professional Standards Bureau, that's a department of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, the Police Complaints Division, which is also a department of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. Both departments are based in the same building on 112 Henry Street, Port of Spain. That's Matco building, the building opposite Royal Bank, facing Royal Bank, and just before Republic Bank at that intersection there of Henry and Park Street. The other department, which is the external department, is the Police Complaints Authority. That's an independent civilian body headed by Mr. David West, who is the director, and the deputy director is Ms. Michelle Solomon Bash. That's an external agency staffed by civilians, an independent body that has oversight responsibility for the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. So let me start with the Professional Standards Bureau, a department where I worked for almost 4 years, and I function there as the legal officer. So the PSB, the acronym PSB, for Professional Standards Bureau, they investigate allegations of a criminal nature made against police officer. Let me repeat that. Allegations of a criminal nature. A police slap you, he curse you, he beat you, he give you a wrong case, he charge you wrongfully, or, the police shot at the person unlawfully, kill somebody unlawfully, God forbid. The broad spectrum of criminal offenses are investigated by the Professional Standards Bureau. Now, if you make a report to the Professional Standards Bureau, and when they look at the report, they realize the report is not, the police conduct might be questionable, but it does not rise to the level of a criminal offense. It might be a disciplinary offense. Police talk to you in a particular way, give you a bad service, didn't attend to your matter on time, allow the matter to be statute bar. So it's like some offenses, you must be prosecuted within a certain time, and the police take so long, the time pass, they can't prosecute the person again. All those things. Those matters, so that's disciplinary. You may have an incident, a situation where the police may have breached some contractual undertaking. So sometimes people come to the police and they have a civil law matter, not a criminal law matter, something a lot of members of the public are not aware of. They feel any matter, any legal matter they have, they can come to the police and the police will deal with it. That is not the case. I'm here to disabuse the minds of the listeners that the police authority rests solely with criminal conduct. We don't investigate contractual issues, land issues, family issues, administrative law issues. Anything that falls outside the realm of criminal conduct cannot be investigated, dealt with, pursued by the Professional Standards Bureau or any other matter of any other department within the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. If the matter is a disciplinary matter, we refer the matter downstairs to the Police Complaints Division. If the matter is a civil matter, what we will do is we will advise you that you need to go to an attorney and seek your own private legal action. Not your own action, your own private legal action. Right. So, you have a matter and you come to the Professional Standards Bureau. You make a report, the matter is investigated. You all recall that some time ago there was an allegation against the then Commissioner of Police, Gary Griffith, and the matter was reported to the Professional Standards Bureau. The matter was being investigated at the time, and we all know what happened after. Right. So we investigate from the Commissioner of Police down to the last constable. And I can tell you that the Professional Standards Bureau, we prosecute everybody. Everybody. From Special Reserve Police constables all the way up to the rank of Commissioner of Police. No one is outside the law. No one, regardless of your rank. And I can tell you that the Professional Standards Bureau has has charged over 500 police officers for offenses ranging from the most trivial, obscene language and assault, all the way up to very close to murder. Murders are investigated by the Homicide Bureau. So rest assured, if you come to the Professional Standards Bureau with a complaint against a police officer, the matter will be investigated. Just recently, the Professional Standards Bureau charged an assistant commissioner of police. While I was there, within the space of about 4 months, we charged 3 superintendents and an assistant superintendent. So it's not a matter of we won't investigate police officers. We do, and we prosecute them. So that's the Professional Standards Bureau. If you have a complaint of a disciplinary nature, and let's say you come to the Professional Standards Bureau, you make that report, we send you downstairs. But if your complaint is a disciplinary complaint, a police officer was discourteous, he didn't deal with your matter promptly, he allowed the matter to become statute bar, you get tardy service, you go downstairs to the Police Complaints Division, and they will investigate your matter. Now, both the Police Complaints Division and the Police and the Professional Standards Bureau are police departments within the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. So, sorry, with respect to the Police Complaints Division, there are procedures. The matter must be investigated within a certain time. They only so there's procedures where an officer only an officer of a certain rank can the officer investigating the complaint must be of a senior rank to the person who is the subject of the investigation. Unlike with criminal matters, you do not need that to be of any specific rank to investigate and charge another police officer. So there's no rank structure where criminal investigations are concerned. A special reserve police constable can arrest the commissioner of police. Where crimes are concerned, there's no rank involved there. Anybody can investigate anybody. Anybody can arrest and charge anyone. And you know, there's a lot of talk about police cover up and they won't do this and they won't do that. We investigate our own, we charge our own consistently. Consistently. So they talk about fear and cover up and so on. To me, that is just talk because we consistently investigate and charge police officers. With respect to the so if you look at the newspaper, you will see over time police officers are arrested. They charge, their photos are in the newspapers, the offenses for which they've been charged are in the newspapers, and that is from the assistant commissioner recently all the way down to constables, special reserve police officers. So I just want to disabuse people's minds about this thing about cover up and police cannot investigate police and that kind of thing, and police don't investigate police. What I want members of the public to understand is that it takes some time to conduct a thorough investigation, and people also have to understand there is a huge gap, there is a gulf in procedures when you compare a summary offense committed within your view. And I always give the example of an
All right, so we're having a little, Officer Hill, we're not hearing you. So if you can check your Wi-Fi or go out and come back in, please, if you're hearing me.
Okay.
Yeah, all right, you're hearing you now, go ahead.
Right. So I'm saying people confuse offenses committed in the presence of a police officer. A police officer is on duty. There's a traffic offense, there's an assault, there's obscene language, someone not wearing a mask in his presence, somebody has
All right, the same thing is happening. You want to try going out and come back in? Or if you want to go closer your modem, I don't know what, if you're using off your Wi-Fi, if you're using off your internet, or because we
let
want...
me try. Let me try again.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Yes. So, ladies and gentlemen, you are listening to the Law and You with us this morning. He's no stranger to us here on the Old Time Gospel Hour, whatever frequency we are on. And we thank God for the opportunity that you can hear and you can ask your questions. All right, we don't deal with fake news here. We deal with truth, and that is what this is all about. That's why you wouldn't hear any and anybody coming on this ministry, because we are responsible before God. First of all, responsible before God to give an account for whatever we say or do here. And then let the chips fall where it may. All right, so I'm waiting until ASP Hill returns. Whilst he's doing that, probably I can pay some bills, yeah. Let me do that one time so that when he come back on, we won't have to. All right, he's back, so let me take him one time.
Simpsons Memorial Limited, number 63 Eastern Main Road, Laventille. Internationally accredited funeral directors and embalmers. A full-service funeral home serving families of Trinidad and Tobago, and internationally since 1945.
You hear me?
Simpsons Memorial Limited.
Yes, I just paying a bill here, so stand by, please.
In memory of their loved ones. Our services include professional funeral and pre-planning, burials and cremation, custom-built and imported caskets, coffins and cremation trays, cemetery management, limousines, mourners cars, grief counseling, web streaming of funerals, fully air-conditioned chapel with live musical accompaniment, full global shipping and receiving of loved ones. We specialize in facial restorations. Call us anytime, day or night, at 623-8688. That number again is 623-8688. Simpsons Memorial Limited. Superior service, always with excellence.
At this time, we take you back to
Simpsons Memorial.
At this time, we take you back to ASP Hill. Please, sir.
Yes. I hope everyone is hearing me clearly.
Yeah, I'm hearing you good. And if I'm hearing you good, I will check the stations just now. All right, because I have to go backward and forward. But you were going good all the time, so let's keep going. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. So the talk, the perception, the belief that police officers cannot investigate police officers is just that. It's just talk, it's just a perception, that's just a belief. Because I can tell you that, and let me also say this, while the Professional Standards Bureau is the unit dedicated, their exclusive function is to investigate reports of criminal conduct against police officers. Police officers are routinely arrested and charged in the various divisions, branches, and sections of the police services. Only since 2012, we had a unit dedicated to investigate these types of matters. And notwithstanding the work of the Professional Standards Bureau, police officers are prosecuted by officers in other divisions for various offenses. So I just wanted to make that clear. But what I want people to understand is that a criminal investigation of any nature, an investigation is different from just arresting someone and charging them for an offense committed within your view. An investigation takes time. You have to comply with all the evidential requirements in order to put together an investigative file to go to the Director of Public Prosecutions to have a good case before the court. Now, I know we short on time, so I just wanted to run through these other two things. With respect to the disciplinary process, there is a time frame, so you cannot investigate their judgments that states clearly that if the matter is more than 2 years, you cannot prosecute someone for that. But within the 2 years, you can prosecute a police officer for a disciplinary matter. There is a stage, there is a process that it must go through. The officer has to be, who's investigating, has to be senior to the officer against whom the allegation was made. There's a tribunal, so we have a court within the police service. The panel, it's made up of 3 first division officers, two superintendents and a senior superintendent. If it's a very serious offense, if it's a minor offense, it's tried by one man in the division, what they call a one-man tribunal. The offenses range from reprimand up to dismissal. And yes, officers have been dismissed for disciplinary offenses. That happens all the time. It happens all the time. So that's the role of the Police Complaints Division as opposed to the Professional Standards Bureau. Let's look at the Police Complaints Authority, that's the PC, that's an external body. They have oversight of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. They look at police misconduct. So in addition to the Professional Standards Bureau and the Police Complaints Division, people make reports to the Police Complaints Division. They conduct their own investigations. They make recommendations. But I want the public to understand that we don't really act on a report. When I say act, a report or a recommendation from the Police Complaints Authority doesn't cut it for us. We conduct our own investigations. Criminal as well as disciplinary, we get our own statements, we put together our own files, and that is what we take to the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions if it's a criminal matter. And if it's a disciplinary matter, we conduct our own internal investigations. Where police shootings are involved, I want the members of the public to understand. Every single police shooting is investigated by a first division officer appointed by the senior superintendent in the division in which that shooting takes place. So quickly, Trinidad and Tobago is divided into 10 divisions. Each division is headed by a senior superintendent. So, for example, the shooting incident in Port of Spain, the senior superintendent Port of Spain, Mr. Brandon John, will appoint a first division officer to investigate that matter. As soon as that officer is appointed, that officer reports to the Professional Standards Bureau, and because the Professional Standards Bureau has oversight over the investigation. I can tell you, I worked there, I reviewed files, I'm intimately familiar with the process. The officer is given an instrument, he's given a guide, he or she is given a guide as to a number of things they should pay attention to, and that officer reports periodically to the Professional Standards Bureau until the investigation is completed. When the investigation is completed, whether it's a fatal or a non-fatal shooting, the file is submitted to the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions with the relevant recommendations, and the DPP, the Director of Public Prosecutions, reviews the files and he makes a determination whether charges should be preferred against the officer or an inquest should be conducted. Similar to when you have people die in throughout the country, not under normal circumstances, whether it's at the hands of police officers or it's a homicide. The DPP reviews the file and he makes the same recommendation based on the evidence before him. But I want people to understand that many times when those files, those investigative files that those reports that the PCA submits, generally, all the evidential requirements are usually not met. And that's why people need to understand why the PCA could make their recommendations. And if you look at one of the newspaper articles, when they questioned David West said he handed his dossier over to the police so the police could complete their investigations. He understands that we, the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, we have investigative powers. We have the power to arrest. They don't. A number of things that we can do that they can't. So it's easy for the PCA to conclude their investigations. And many times I can tell you that the files, the PCA files and the police files, they're not necessarily the same. Certain investigative, certain legal requirements that we can do that they can't. So people sometimes they need to understand and appreciate these things. In certain investigations, the law tells you a police officer from the rank of sergeant and above, only a police officer from that rank can do certain things, can go to the banks, can request things. Nobody from the PCA can do that. A number of other things that we can do, we have to do before the file is ready for court, before we can prosecute persons. And all these matters are under the supervision of the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions. So I think people need to understand that. And there are instances when you get recommendations coming from the PCA that are not the same as the recommendations from the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. At the end of the day, those issues will be resolved at the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions. I think the public needs to understand the roles and the authority of the different entities. There are a number of things that police officers can and must do in an investigation that the officers attached to the PCA, they don't have the authority to do that. So I hope I have distinguished clearly the role of the police, the Professional Standards Bureau, the Police Complaints Division, and the Police Complaints Authority. I'm happy to answer any questions from from the audience.
And that is a mouthful. All right. So thank you very much, Officer Hill. And probably you need to put your... all right. We have somebody on calling already. All right. Caller, you on the air. God's morning. Wow.
A pleasant good morning to you, Pastor Johnson, and to the officer.
Welcome.
Good morning.
Yes. God's morning to you all.
Yes.
God's morning to you.
I have this question, the music.
All right, let me stop. I don't know. Nobody else in music does affect, but go ahead, please. Yeah, I don't know why. Nobody else. Go ahead, please. You always do the music. Go ahead,
Yes.
quick time. Go ahead. Yes.
Yes, officer. You know, some police came into our home, right?
Yes.
They said they were looking for someone, for our son, in fact, and he does not live here. We did go to a lawyer. The lawyer write the Freedom of Information Act to find out if these police officers were sent here. They weren't sent here. The lawyer wrote the police administration or whatever, the legal department, and they have no entry that the police officers enter into their books and so on. No warrant, nothing. Right? And they came here, right? 4 o'clock in the morning. We have all the evidence, and the police administration did nothing.
All right, so what is the question?
Yeah.
Well, we have taken it further.
Right, but what is the
But
question?
what is the question to me? Because you're mentioning a number of issues there. So I want to know what's the specific question, and I'll try to deal with some of the issues from this long statement that you made.
Yes, well, I understand what you said, right? But it never happened to what we requested.
What was your issue? What was the issue that you and your husband and your family had?
Why they came into our house, right? Without a warrant, without a summons, right?
All right.
They jump our gate. We gave them. We said, look, we'll get the key to open the gate. They jump the gate, and all of that. They searched the church. They searched under the bed, all sort of thing. I don't know what they was looking for.
All right, all right.
And they never showed us any search warrant.
But Sister Shirley, you have to be specific what you want the officer to address, not, and that's what he's trying to get because time is of
Well,
you.
he addressed it,
Oh, well then, all right.
But we didn't get. He addressed how it's supposed to work, right? But it did not work out in this instance for us.
Right, and it's before the court?
We requested.
Is it before the court?
Well, not yet, but soon.
All right, but where it's at?
It's at...
All right, so you officer. All right, Sister Shirley. All right, thank you very much for sharing that, yes.
Ma'am, you didn't have a specific question, but based on what you said, I want to make some general statements about police entry into property and arrest warrant and search warrants and so on. So let me start. The general rule is if you want to enter someone's premises without their permission, you generally, and I want the listeners to listen to me carefully. The general rule regarding police entering people's property without their permission, the general rule is you should have a warrant. The warrant gives you authority to enter with force if necessary. Right? So that's the general rule. That's a search warrant. If you are entering someone's premises to search, you must have a search warrant. You must identify yourself, show the warrant to the person. Now there's a recent judgment where you have to give the occupiers a copy and so on. You show them the JP signature, you tell them what was the reason why you come in to search, because sometimes, depending on what you come in to search for, the people might just hand it over to you and so on, right? That's a search warrant, a search warrant. Now there are several legal exceptions to police entering people's properties without a warrant. Domestic violence, hot pursuit, somebody is committing an arrestable offense. Under the Customs Act, those are 3 or 4 that immediately comes to mind, the popular offenses. So if I'm walking down the road and I hear someone shouting out, either they're being attacked or it's a domestic violence situation, I do not need to go and get a warrant. You're a police officer, you're on patrol, you're pursuing someone, they're running down, they don't have to leave, leave the house and you go to a JP to get a warrant to come back to go and hold the person. Right? So those are some of the exceptions. No. People confuse search warrants with arrest warrants. You don't need to have an arrest warrant in your possession to execute that warrant. But if you are entering someone's premises and to execute a warrant or to hold someone, to arrest someone, pursuant to a warrant that you do not have, and the occupiers, the owners or occupiers of the premises are not allowing you entry into that property, then the only way you can enter that property legally without their permission is if you have the warrant in your possession. I hope...
And that they didn't.
Say again?
And that they didn't.
So in your situation, if the officers entered your property without your permission and you're saying that they did not have a warrant, that is a matter that you will have to deal with through the different mediums that I mentioned earlier on. But a lot of people confuse an arrest warrant with a search warrant. You don't need to have an arrest warrant in your possession to execute it. But if you are executing a search warrant where you're going into people's premises, and if the people refuse, then you can break down doors and so on, then you must have that search warrant in your premises. If you enter premises pursuant to a warrant of arrest that you don't have in your possession, then you should get the permission of the owners or occupiers of that premises to enter. Right? I hope that answers or that addresses some of the concerns you may have. If based on what I told you apply that to your situation and you see that things didn't go the way it ought to, then you have the different avenues for recourse. As I mentioned, you have the Police Complaints Authority, you have the Police Complaints Division, you have the Professional Standards Bureau, you can write the Commissioner of Police, you can engage an attorney and pursue the matter. But I just want people to understand, I remember someone calling me, people confuse an arrest warrant with a search warrant. And a lot of people don't understand the authority of police officers with a search warrant in their possession. I can tell you I went to a home to execute a search warrant with a group of police officers, and the people had us waiting outside for a very long time. And when I told the lady, I say, ma'am, the next time you pull that stunt, you're going to break down your door and enter your premises. You see what the warrant says here? To enter with force if necessary. So that's the law, and the law is evolving. Only recently, the court ruled that you need to have a copy of the search warrant to give to the occupiers of the premises. So that's the law. If that was not your situation, then you have a number of avenues for redress. So you all can choose which one or how many of those you choose to activate.
All right. Thank you very much, Sister Shirley.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. Next caller on the air. God's morning, welcome.
Hello.
God's morning, welcome.
Yes, good morning, Pastor, and the
ASP Hill.
ASP. Yes. Now, I heard the lady's situation, and I'm asking the inspector that if there were no authority given to these two or how many police officers to do what they did, can that civilian sue the government
Of course.
or the individual themselves?
No, you have to. Your lawyer will advise you who are the parties to sue. It's usually the Attorney General and the Commissioner.
The taxpayers who will sue. I would like to listen on air because I'm not hearing you clearly.
Right. Are you hearing me now? Right. So the normal course of action, the parties would be the Commissioner of Police, the Attorney General, and the officer or officers who were involved in the that you're complaining about.
All right, so you are listening to the Old Time Gospel Hour family radio here. We are 24 hours a day, 7 days a week via the internet, which is church, family church radio. To get there, you go to www.churchofthefirstbornassembly.org. This morning, as every Tuesday morning, we simulcast with The Street 91.9 FM and Sky 99.5.
Pastor Johnson, if we don't have any callers right now, let me also clarify a point. People make reports to the Professional Standards Bureau. Remember while I worked there, and sometimes people don't understand why the matter is not brought before the courts and so on. When matters are reported to the police for investigation, at the end of the investigation, a number of things can happen. One, we can say that from our evidence, the police officer was justified. He acted within his authority. He, she, or them, they were right in what they did. They had the authority to do what they did. Sometimes people are not aware of the law. They don't understand the authority of police officers. And so it's a bit of a learning process at times. So that's one. We say, hey, the police officer was justified, or the officers were justified. That's one. It could be that the police officer did behave badly, but it's not a criminal offense. It's not a disciplinary offense. It may be a contractual matter or a matter that falls outside our jurisdiction or remit. So we advise the persons accordingly. Sometimes we see that there is a criminal offense committed, but you're missing a critical ingredient. An important witness is not coming forward, so we can't go forward with the case. Remember, for each report that constitutes a crime, you have different ingredients. And if all those ingredients are not satisfied, we can't prosecute the person. Or sometimes, again, it's either insufficient evidence or somebody is not coming forward, a critical witness. So sometimes people decide that they're no longer interested in the matter. So I think it's important for people to understand what happens when they make a report. So I hope that brings some clarity to the listeners.
All right. Thank you very much. So we're speaking with ASP Hill on the law and you. You have a question or comment, this is your opportunity to call 240-1234, 753-1113 or 737-4673 WhatsApp. Caller, you on the air. God's morning.
God's morning to you, Pastor Johnson, Sister Johnson, and ASP Hill. Sometimes I find when police misbehave and people sue them and the government has to pay, that annoys me, because I find if they take it upon their own self to disobey their own rules and misbehave, government should take it out of their salary, make them pay bit by bit until they pay all. Taxpayers shouldn't be responsible for that, and very good program. Pastor Johnson, I'm going to mail you your receipt for our business later.
Thank you very much, sis. Thank
I
you.
did it since last Friday, but I was kind of busy.
Appreciate it very much. Thank you. That is what's going to keep it on the air coming to you, so you have the opportunity to share. Thank you. Thank you.
Excellent.
Yes.
Excellent point by the last caller. I know that a judge recently ordered that the police officer in one of those matters that the police officer should be personally liable. But one thing I want people to understand as well is that I know you have arguments for and against, but if the officers are functioning within the course of their duties, the general principle is if they are acting within the course of their duties, then it's the state. They're performing their police functions, and they do certain things while they're performing their police functions. Then they're acting within the authority, ostensibly. Then the state would be liable. But I see some judges are starting to move away, and I don't know if the law will be amended. I think recommendations are being made for that to be amended. So that's something to look forward to.
Yeah, that's a good point, because that is something like when the police use the vehicles to do their own business or whatever, and they get in whatever, or fire service, whoever, whichever government institution, but in this case the police, that they should be responsible and not just bring a vehicle and drop it and feel, well, you know, take up another one, and, you know, they ought to be responsible and accountable, and as the caller said, yes. Because I think when I was at fire service, I think that I'm subject to correction, but I believe that they had to come up with something, and that causes responsibility, you know. Yes,
it should.
Yeah, if you know you have to pay out of your pocket, then you'll be more careful, you know.
It should.
Yes, and especially in this country ours, you know, where people just take things for granted. Well, just get up another one and they go with it, you know. So, officer, I know you have said a lot, and what about the right for people to bear arms in this country?
All right. So, excellent point, excellent question. I have to tell the listening public that, you know, the previous commissioner of police misled the country by stating that citizens have a right, a constitutional right to bear arms, and that is as far away from the truth as the East is from the West. That's a totally inaccurate statement. The Commissioner of Police, and everybody here, I would encourage you all to check the Firearms Act, Chapter 1601, and look at the criteria that the Commissioner of Police, in his discretion, will consider before he makes a determination as to whether or not he should grant an individual a firearm. First, you have to be over a certain age. Then you have a number of other criteria that you must satisfy. You must be what we call the law refers to as a restricted person. You must have a certificate of character. You must have a number of other things. Then the commissioner will take those things into consideration. What are you applying for the firearm for? And an investigation is conducted, and the file goes to him, and then he makes a determination. So there is no constitutional right, and as some people say loosely, a God-given right to a firearm. It's something that the commissioner decides using his discretion based on a number of factors.
And you know what I appreciate very much? Dealing with the facts and not fiction. You find if we were dealing with fiction here this morning, you'd have lines, people calling like crazy. But we thank God that you're able to educate the public, and this is why we ask people, when you come to the table, when you come to the old-time gospel hour, you come with a pen, your notebook, and in every case, your Bible, because I quoted from Romans chapter 13. But we need, listen, no matter what people say, the criminal need the protection of the police. And they need to understand that the criminal, let me repeat, the criminal element need the protection of the police from the criminal element. Yes, because they are hunted down by other groups. So what is needed? We need to strike the balance, and Officer Hill went through and he told us exactly what are the criterias that have to be met for police officers to come into your place and all the rest of it. He told us what took place or what takes place when police alleged shooting takes place or when police is involved in shooting. Right? He told us all the different scenarios. If you have a question or a comment on that, that is what we're looking to talk about. Intelligent discussion. Not fake, not hearsay, but what is the laws, what is required of the police service in this country of ours, what is the rights of the citizen. They have redress if the police do what is wrong. So, officer, I give you 4 more minutes to kind of bring it in. And again, I will talk to you Sunday because you're going on pre-retirement next week, please God. But thank you very much for 34 years of service to the police service. And I hope that they will find some way to bring you back on contract so at least you could continue to communicate.
I appreciate the kind words, Pastor Johnson. I just want people to know that there are a number of avenues for redress. There are a number of systems within the police service and outside the police service for seeking redress, for reporting police misconduct, for dealing with these type of issues. Taking the law into your own hands is not the way to go. You yourself will find yourself, before the courts. If you do that, you have the police complaints authority, you have the police complaints division, you have the professional standards bureau, you can write the commissioner of police. You have all these options, and you can always bring a private action against the police service if you think that you've been wronged in some way. So I just hope that people understand that there are different avenues for redress. You can call the Professional Standards Bureau, you can email them, you can go into the office on Henry Street, Port of Spain, and they will investigate your report. I can assure you of that. All police shootings, all police shootings, whether fatal, non-fatal, the police officer was on duty or off duty, all police shootings are investigated both by a senior officer within the police service and by the police complaints authority. Those files go to the Director of Public Prosecutions. So it's not just the investigator or the senior officer in the police service making that determination, it's the Director of Public Prosecutions who makes the decision whether or not an individual should be charged for any police shooting.
And again, you quoted concerning the Firearms Act. If you could just quote the...
Chapter 1601, yes. I encourage all the listeners, you can go online, look at the Firearms Act of Trinidad and Tobago, Chapter 1601, and look at the criteria for a provisional permit, which is the first step to getting a FUL. Look at the authority of the Commissioner of Police. Look at the factors that he must take into consideration, and you'll see it is a discretion. It is a discretion. So everybody in this country does not have an automatic right to a firearm, as was bandied about the place by the former Commissioner of Police. And not only did I say that, the Justice Stanley John mentioned it, and former Commissioner of Police, Mr. Stephen Williams, they also mentioned it. So that statement about a constitutional right to a firearm is totally misleading. It is false. It is erroneous. But you all check for yourself.
Yes, thank you. So in final moments here, tell me, what do you think about civilian coming in to head the police service?
Well, at this stage, if you look at the criteria for the post of Commissioner of Police, it is almost impossible now, because you must have 15 years of experience in law enforcement. A minimum of 15 years in law enforcement. So I think what happened before will never ever happen again.
All right. So having said that, Is it possible for you to come back next week, please, God, so we could discuss that? Or
next week, it should tentatively, I'll say tentatively, yes, but I know I have some other stuff to do, so I'll have to get back to you on that.
yes, because that is a key ingredient that people do not understand in the police service or the laws or whatever have been put in place, and that is something that we need to really get clear to the public so that the public will be better informed and not just social media or people just ramping and raving or whatever you want to call it, saying things that people take and run with that they have no information of. So again, I want to thank you very much, Officer Hill, for coming on this morning. And we know that the nation is better for the information and that people will deal with things as is lawful and not by the lawless or lawlessness.
Thank you very much for having me and the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service on your program. It's a pleasure to be here and always happy to, come and share the information, inform people about the laws, police procedures. So we get closer to the members of the public, and the members of the public will also be better informed to make better opinions, better decisions about police and police-related matters.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. All right, people, so you've been listening to The Law and You every Tuesday morning right here on Sky and the Street, reminding you how you can support the ministry. Please listen, make note, and please do the honorable thing to keep it on the air.
Have you heard the power preachers? If not, then join Pastors Morris and Agnes Johnson of the Church of the Firstborn Assembly of Sangre Grande for the Old Time Gospel Hour program. Pastor Johnson reminds listeners that their faithful love gift for the Old Time Gospel Hour can be placed at any branch of the First Citizens Bank. Account number 795222. And may God richly bless you.
But you gave it.
This concludes the live broadcast with Pastor Morris Johnson of the Church of the Firstborn Assembly. See you next week, and God bless.
Turn your lights down low and listen to the Master's radio. Get in touch with God. Turn your radio on.
You are invited to join Pastors Morris and Agnes Johnson of the Church of the Firstborn Assembly Miracle Center, located at number 399 Eastern Main Road, Guayco in Sangre Grande, for the Old Time Gospel Hour Family Radio Ministry every Sunday from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. Check out the Children's Hour Worship Ministry of the Word and the Family Forum every Tuesday from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. The Law and You every Friday evening from 9 a.m. to 5 a.m. All night prayer live on the Street 919 FM, designed with you in mind. This program deals with today's issues from a biblical perspective. You will also be given the opportunity to call in and interact with us. Micah 6:8 says, He had showeth thee, O main, and what doeth the Lord require of thee, but to do justly and to love mercy and to walk humbly with thy God. Your financial support through the First Citizens Bank will be greatly appreciated. Account number 795222. In the name of the Church of the Firstborn Assembly. For further information, call 753-1133 or email us at church668hope@gmail.com.
The views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of the Street 919 FM.
Join Pastor Kelvin Heinerine and friends for The Way, The Truth, The Life Radio Ministry, a Church of God ministry, live on the Street 919 FM from 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. This and every Sunday on the Street 919 FM. Jesus said, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No man cometh to the Father except through me. John chapter 14, verse 6. For further information, contact 686-3845, 349-5178, or 342-7303.
Better vision for your physical eyes, and through the eyes of faith, let healing arise in your mind, body, and spirit. At Natural Healing Ministries, we teach kingdom principles for living that brings the blessing of God to your mind, body, and soul.
NHM Professional Associates are located at number 10 Moody Stewart Street, Monrepos, San Fernando. For more info, contact Dr. Desmond Phillip at NHM on 349-3494.
NHM Professional Associates can be heard live on the Street 919 FM every Saturday from 9:05 to 9:55 a.m.
Good about that looking like a real bad.
Are you ready for that boat experience again? The Sea Champion and the Embassy say, book with us for that unforgettable boat ride experience. Sea Champion leaving from King's Wharf, San Fernando, and the Embassy leaving from Breakfast Shed, Port of Spain, or Westside Trinidad.
The views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of the Street 919 FM.
The Gap Man Limited specializes in products that cater to all your health needs. The male enhanced